Good morning, everyone. How are you? It's Tuesday morning here at the Sewing Quarter. My name's Derek Marks. If we've never met before, lovely to have your company. I would reach out and shake your hand, but it's a long way to Dumfries and Galloway, you say. We have so much coming up for you in the next 4 hours. In fact, let's go for a menu show. Let's open up the breakfast menu and see what's going on. So we've got some easy dressmaking coming up in this hour with Jenniffer Mills here. We're going to be making this fantastic top that you'll see in just a second next to me. That's coming up, well, now really, between now and 9 o'clock. It's time for tea at 9 o'clock. Jenniffer Taylor is in with some brand new fabrics at 9 o'clock. And actually, if you've got a bit of a boutique tea room look going on, then it's going to be perfect for you at 9 o'clock. We're going to make a machine cover for your sewing machine at 10 o'clock as well. Of course, if you've got a sewing machine, it's there in between its uses, gathering dust. It's good to have a nice cover to make it look attractive and to look after it, basically. So we will look after that for you at 10 o'clock this morning. And in our final hour, we will be dressmaking as well. And we've got some super summer looks with Jenniffer Taylor as well. So that's what's coming up between now and midday. Now, listen, I hope you'll look after me and I'll look after you as I'm here sort of almost like, you know, like a supply teacher at school. That's me today. So, and I'm quite a novice when it comes to sewing and needles and sewing machines. So actually, maybe if you're new to the Sewing Quarter, you've never been with us before, we will learn together in the next 4 hours. Lots of inspiration and fantastic guests. Right, let's get started. We're going to be making this in the first hour this morning, which is just beautiful. I love it. Really, really nice. Nice, bright fabrics. Nice, great, inspiring look. And we've got lots and lots and lots to show you. First of all, of course, we've got the pattern for this, which is great. So everything you need will be there, which is just superb. Very, very easy, very, very simple to follow. I have never embarked upon a pattern, but Jenniffer Mills will take us through it, hold our hands collectively, and run us through it right the way from top to toe, which is great. We've got a brilliant range of fabrics for you to choose from as well, all bundled up with the buttons and the thread that you will need this morning as well, which is great. So let's start and have a look at the details first of all for, I think it's this set, isn't it, first of all? It's some Amy Butler fabric, which is just beautiful. Very, very nice indeed. Gorgeous colour as well. Very, very lovely fabric. It's called the Vine Top Bundle, this one. 2 meters of Amy Butler Vine Top bundle fabric, which is just so, so sweet. Lovely bright colour. We've got coordinating buttons from Millwood coming in as well. They've got a lovely sort of chatoyancy going across the top of them. And of course, the coordinating thread that you need there as well. LDGC 64 at £31.45 there for you. 2 meters of fabric there, which is more than enough to make the top that we're making that you've already seen next to me, which is great. So LDGC 64 is the Vine Top bundle from Amy Butler with the buttons, with the thread there as well, £31.45. That's number one. Of course, we run you through all the bundles first, and then we go and learn and we go and get started. So let's move on to a fabulous blue fabric that we've got here for you. This is lovely, actually. Very, very nice indeed. Brand new fabric this morning as well, which is always music to your ears. First time here on the Sewing Quarter, which is lovely. It's the Leaf Top Bundle. It's the one that we're actually making from today as well. Again, 2 meters of the fabric. You've got the buttons which coordinate, which are in a gorgeous sort of pearlescent purple and blue, which coordinate very nicely. And of course, the thread that you need there as well. IEGC30 is your bundle code for this one at £31.95 on this one, of course, with that 2 meters of fabric there as well for you. Lovely. Remember, of course, you can order as much as you want in one single day with us. And of course, you know, it's only 1 P&P as well. And it's a free call for us as well. 0800 112 4433. Something a little wilder for you now, actually. It's a really lovely combination of colours, actually, on this one. It's a little bit, almost a bit like an Aztec type print. It's certainly what it puts me in mind. It's like a lovely sort of, we're calling it the Beads Top Bundle, this one. Again, gorgeous fabric, 2 meters of fabric there for you. Again, the buttons, and we've got the thread for you as well. Love this. Free Spirit fabric, this one. A really nice, substantial fabric with a very, very bold print. You've got the buttons there as well, upside down. There you go. first day nerves and everything, you see. Do everything upside down. And we've got the thread for you as well. EAGC06 is your code there. And the price there for that one is £31.95. Now, we have one more to show you. Which is lovely. Again, 2 meters of fabric on this one. This is the fabric we're actually making from today, which is a nice big sort of bold leaf print. Beautiful lime green as well. Lime green through fashion trends, as you know, the last couple of seasons has been enormous. This is the geranium top bundle. Again, 2 meters of this fabulous fabric. Again, coordinating buttons for you as well. And you've also got your lime green thread as well. Just perfect for the summer. If you fancy something a little bit different, again, it's beautiful. DRGC35 is your code at £31.95. That's an awful lot of codes and numbers, isn't it? Should we take a little walk? Come on, let's take a little walk. Let's go and meet lovely Jenniffer Mills. Good morning, Jenniffer. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right now. Now that's out of the way. Now all the codes and everything else is done. And now we can learn, which is fantastic. I know we've got to see the pattern as well in just a second, but
yes.
How are you?
Really good. It's lovely to be here.
Good. It's nice to see you as well. Now, tell me a bit about your background. What do you do?
I teach sewing.
Okay, which is fantastic because you have a complete novice here this morning, which is brilliant, as I'm sure a lot of you will know. So you teach locally down in the southwest, don't you?
Yes, I'm based in Bristol, and
Okay.
I tend to do one-to-one, but I also do workshops as well. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I absolutely love it. I have a passion for sewing.
So good, which is brilliant. So you can take me from absolute beginner, from knowing absolutely next to absolutely nothing, to creating the gorgeous top that we see this morning. Brilliant. That's good. I can't wait. Now, I need to show you the pattern first, I do believe.
Yes.
We've got 3 variations of this same pattern to show you this morning. And of course, we'll have a different code for different size ranges. I think we've got size ranges from 8 all the way through to 22, but they come in 3 different colors, actually size 24 on this particular pattern. So of course, the all-important measurements are there for you there. So you, of course, match yourself up via bust, waist, and hip there as well, depending on the size that you are as well. So let's start with the smallest sizes. So this is for sizes 8 through to 12. Fantastic value for money for a pattern these days, because of course you can reuse and reuse again and again.
I don't tend to cut any other sizes off. I always keep multi-size patterns as multi-size patterns. When I'm using them here, I'm actually a pattern maker, so I make my own patterns in real life, as John would say. But yes, if ever using these, I think you can get your full value for money by folding it back, but I can show more about that when we open it up.
Fabulous. Here are the different options, by the way. Hang on, there they are, the right way around for you. Now, we're actually making...
C.
Option C, which I think is this
it's like a classic T-shaped pattern, actually.
Yeah, which is beautiful. You have enough pattern in your bundle to be able to make either A, B, or C. So there's enough fabric there in these bundles that I've been showing you to be able to make any size from 8 all the way through to 24 in either A, or actually that's, that's A, that's B, and that's C. So there is the size details now for size 14 through to 18. Which is TBBR 46, and now let's go to the top end of the scale now for you, for the larger sizes for you, which I think is 18 through to 24. 20 to 24, actually. So much to learn, and so little time to learn it. It is a lot of numbers first thing in the morning, isn't it? MUBR 29. And there is the pattern there for you, £7.95. Of course, use it again and again and again. Once you've made one, and I think what tends to happen is when people do get themselves a pattern and make themselves something in a beautiful fabric that isn't on every high street store.
That's right.
That's when you start getting commissions, isn't it? That's when your friends start saying to you, oh, I really like that top.
And I like to teach people how to make things with the wow factor and a beautiful finish. I made that one using French seams.
Oh, okay.
So all the raw edges are completely enclosed. And maybe at some point later we can have a look at what that looks like inside. But yes, I think to be superior to high street fashion is the way.
Definitely.
That's where the delight and the joy comes of making things.
Yeah,
that you make
absolutely.
something that's long-lasting.
And it's the same in the kitchen and everything these days, isn't it? Authenticity really is king. Here is the finished top. Here is what we will end up with. I love that fabric as well. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's nice, bright and summery, and it's just perfect colours. And the patent to make that top, £7.95, which I love. Right, okay, now, I bow now to your superior knowledge. Now, first things first, the pattern.
Yes.
Which to the uninitiated may well look a little bit daunting.
So it's a tissue paper pattern, and if you want it to be even more long-lasting, if you thought you wanted to make several of the same style, you can trace it off onto thicker paper, so it's even more long-lasting.
Okay.
And so, in this instance, I made the size 12 for that dress stand, so it's actually the outer line that I went by. But if I was to make the smaller size, I would just snip into the paper and fold it back to that line, and then I've still got, when I've finished, those pieces of paper just fold back out, and I've still got a multi-size pattern.
Okay, right, yeah. I see.
So it's based on a front and a back, a sleeve, and a binding.
Okay.
So very beautifully simple. I'll just move that out of the way.
Okay, fabulous.
And in terms of instructions, it's brilliantly put together. It tells you all of the pattern pieces, all numbered, all listed there. It's like a really great OS map. There's a key.
Fantastic. So everything's listed down here that you're going to need. So these are the pieces that essentially... And do you do all of the cutting out right at the beginning?
Yes. Okay. When making to measure, I always suggest that you take your body measurements first, because stock sizes are only there as a guideline. And when you're making to measure, you're making for that body. We can forget about manufacturers' stock sizes, because you're making
and they're all different anyway, aren't they?
They are.
Actually, it's always best to take your own measurements first.
Yes. So that's all that information there. We've got a description and a key, like I said, just like a good map of what all of the symbols mean, and then the pattern layout, how to place those pattern pieces that I just showed you onto the fabric.
Because that's super important, isn't it? Yeah. Because and I guess this will happen to a lot of people. If you are new to this, you get your 2 meters of fabric and are tempted to just say, okay, well, that fits next to that, fits next to that, and that's not necessarily the way you should do it.
They've worked it out for you based on different fabric widths as well. So you optimize it's a lay plan. It's how those pieces fit onto the fabric to avoid wastage. And then all of the sewing instructions as well, with really brilliantly illustrated graphics. So there's nothing left in question. It's all really clear.
And if people are looking at various patterns, is it pretty much all in the same format? That everything comes like an A to Z, like a map? Like you say, it will tell you the start of the journey and, take you all the way through to the destination.
And all the seam allowances are included as well in the pattern, and they're 1.5 throughout. But that's always worth checking, whether there are any exceptions to that. But everything you need to know is in there.
Fabulous.
But I sometimes
Good
go
start,
off
isn't it?
and make things slightly differently because I have a designer maker, pattern maker background.
Yeah.
So I like to encourage people to do things slightly differently, and I think that's the beauty of this program, isn't it? That lots of hints and tips, and
it's fantastic because it's a good place for those people who are. We spoke about this this morning in the wee small hours of the morning. Talked about actually this is about rekindling a love that you may have had. You may have a sewing machine. It's tucked in the darkest corner of the wardrobe or the loft, and you thought, actually, I really enjoyed that. Or maybe you've moved on from the days of, okay, the sewing machine only comes out when something needs repairing, to here is something that's brand new.
Yes.
Fabulous.
So that's our front piece. That's our back piece, and it has a centre back seam because it has a little gap just below the nape of the neck and then a button and loop. That's how you get it on and off.
Okay, right, okay.
And 2 sleeves, and then that is a bias cut strip. So you can see how it's got a slight amount of stretch in it. It's cut 45 degrees.
Okay.
That's straight grain, and then that's bias.
Right.
And that binds our neck and folds inside, so it finishes the neck really neatly.
And it's very, very important, isn't it, that when you're laying out your fabric pieces, that you are aware of the direction of travel of the fabric, because obviously the front and the back, obviously with a fabric like this, which is directional, everything needs to kind of flow in the right way, doesn't it? Which is brilliant. The details of the fabric bundle for this that we're seeing right now, that we're making with now, of course, we've seen it on the green fabric, is right the way down there as well. So it's the beads top bundle, which is your 2 meters of fabric. It's the buttons there as well for you. And of course, you've got the thread as part of that bundle as well. Everything you will need, other than the pattern, of course, which we've given the details for, which is there for you at £31.95. And there are some fab buttons there as well. I have to say, those buttons are beautiful. They're like a deep sort of shimmering sapphire blue. And they've got like a little bit of chatoyancy to them. So if you're familiar with sort of tiger's eye gemstones, you know the way you move them around, they almost look like a polished wood grain. They're a little bit like, you can see my gemstone knowledge coming out. But anyway, we're here to do something very, very different. Thank you, Pauline. What a lovely message you've sent through this morning. She says, welcome to the new boy. He's lovely and very nice to watch. Thank you. Bless you, Pauline. I'm here to learn. Sorry, who said that? Diane said, you must have done this before. Well, actually, I was involved in the setup of the Sewing Quarter a long, long time ago, right at the very, very beginning. So I have got a little bit of knowledge, and I know some of the guest presenters as well. So, yes, I know a little bit, and a little bit of knowledge can go a long, long way. But we're here to learn, of course. So we're starting with the front, the back?
I'm going to stay stitch around the neck edge. So stay stitching is a way of stabilising an area that's curved to stop it stretching. So I've increased my stitch length. We usually sew seams on about stitch length, and on this machine it's a digital display, so it'll tell me the number. On manual machines you turn a dial. So straight stitch for constructing seams would be about 2.5. I've increased it to 4.5, and what I'm doing is just sewing around that curve, and that line of thread will keep the neck from stretching.
Now, is that gathering at the same time, or is that literally just...
It is, because the tension isn't perfect, but what I was aiming for is not for it to be pulled up, but I can just adjust that like that. What I'm aiming for is...
It's good to know, because it might happen to you. I may just have asked the right question then.
Yeah, definitely. Excuse me. So I'm aiming for that line of thread to keep that neckline to the pattern as it was cut, to that same measurement, and not... Sometimes when you handle things and they're on a curve, they can become warped and distorted, and what you don't want is a baggy neckline. So stay stitching is brilliant for that, and then I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm not going to do the armholes because we're going to put sleeves in there. So I'm just going to do the back neck in the same way.
Check the tension this time. Let me show you on the pattern, on the front of the pattern, even though the letters aren't quite in alphabetical order, you've enough fabric in your bundles here to be able to make either this one, which we call A, this one, which we call B, or this one that we call C. And we're actually making C right now, but there's enough fabric to make in any of the sizes from 8 all the way through to 24 in any of those first three, the A, B or C. Any questions, by the way, please do drop a message in. I do believe it's studio@sewingquarter.com on the email, or if you're watching our live stream via the website, there's a little message box on there that you can literally send a message through. Any questions that you think, oh, I wish he would ask that, then please do just send it straight through, because apart from that, I'm going to keep stum most of the time and get inspired in the same way as you are.
One really important thing to mention is that the pattern pieces have got notches and markings and information that are really useful. So I've transferred those with this, which is water-soluble ink. And that's where you can see a little burgundy line around the neckline and in the armhole there, and that corresponds with one on the sleeve. And it means you can match your pieces together. Now there's one, I've done a dot there at the centre back, and so I'm going to sew below that. Above it is where we have the gap at the top in that back area.
That makes an awful lot of sense, actually matching up, because I think a lot of people, amateurs speaking again, would just kind of go, well, I've kind of got it together there, so I'll just hope for the best.
Notches make the world of difference. And if you mark everything sort of at the cutting table, I find that the work really flows so differently when you're sewing, because you have all these lovely reference points, and you can just put them together. There's no guesswork. It just makes such a difference. So I've reduced that stitch length to a seam constructing one, I thought I was being clever picking grey thread because I wanted it to show up.
Yeah.
And then I temporarily forgot that this is kind of greyish.
On
so
the
if we
reverse.
need to change it,
Yeah.
maybe I'll ask Jay to get something like bright red if that doesn't show up enough. So I'm sewing the centre back seam all the way down to the hem at the centre back. And as is always the case, there are many different ways to construct the same pattern. Now with that one, on the dress stand, because I have a thing about finishing things to a really high standard, I love it. What I did was I pressed. In fact, we've got the iron on, haven't we? So
we have indeed.
Can we put the mat up here, and I'll actually show you.
This is where the man becomes useful in some small way. There you go.
Great, thank you.
Now, can I just ask you a quick question? And again, forgive me if I'm teaching Granny how to suck eggs here completely and utterly, but why is it at the end of a seam that you always do a little back stitch at the end? Why do you not just literally run off the edge?
It's to secure it, to stop it coming undone.
Because that's quite a fundamental, isn't it, on seams full stop?
It is, yes. So if that one, if I just ended that, in fact, yeah, I reversed just short of that, so it does look like it would come undone, but the reversing finish is there. Yeah. Then we can hem it, and you can wear it knowing that that's secured inside. Whereas if you think about the kind of the stress that we put clothes under, just getting into them, getting out of them, our everyday lives, something like that could come undone, and then it could move up the seam, so that 3 or 4 little back stitches make a big difference. And then I guess there's the fact that they go round and round and round in the washing machine and everything else, don't they? Yeah. Yes. So I'm pressing this open, and then you can see where it's actually open above that notch point that I marked. Yeah. Now, the instructions in the Butterick pattern are actually slightly different. Okay. So the way they suggest you do this is to neaten that. So if you have an overlocker or a zigzag stitch, they suggest you neaten that seam allowance, and then from just below where that notch is, they fold it in. So that gets sewn down at the centre back. Now what I did on the green one with the geranium print, and what I'm going to do on this one too, is fold it all the way down the centre back, so it neatens all the raw edges away. It's beautiful, actually. This fabric is extraordinary, isn't it? It's a really, really lovely colour, sort of lighter blues, sea blues. It's very, very nice indeed. And again, I think with these fabrics, the great thing is, and this is a free spirit fabric, is that, you know, it just looks different to everything else that you're seeing out and about. And a huge sense of achievement, of course, at creating your own piece, which is custom fit for you as well. Yeah. Yes, there's nothing like wearing clothes that you've designed and made yourself. It's wonderful. And also seeing people wearing things that you've taught them the skills to make. That's really great. So what's your speciality, or are you... I do love working with denim, but I think probably dresses. I really love making floral print dresses. Yeah, and working with jersey as well. And do you have to follow fashion trends as well? You know, when you're creating, you know, workshops and everything else, are you following fashions and trends and colours and everything else, or are you? I don't think so. I think it's more method? Just about what the individuals love more than trends, I think. Yeah. It's a nice way to be, isn't it? Yeah. So then what I did on that one and what I'm going to do on this one is sew really close to that edge, and hopefully it will show up in grey, because it will mostly be purple, won't it, along there? Yeah, it'll be brighter. And what that does is encase all of that raw edge, so not only from the point of view of the finish in terms of how it looks, but like you said about something going through the washing machine, that can bring out a lot of raw edges just through that process, and wearing. Yeah. But this means that they're all folded away. So I'm just going to sew from bottom to top. Is this like a method with a name? That's a really good question. It looks a bit like a French seam. Okay. And I actually don't know what I would name it. Well, you should give it a name then. It should become yours. Somebody will tell us. Maybe somebody will message in. Yes, please do. It's a little bit like a flat felled seam. Okay. But I'm doing it I'm folding either side of the centre back. I'm sure it must have a name.
Okay, well, producer Hayley really, really wants to know as well. She wants to ramp up her knowledge as well. So if you have a name for it, you know the definitive name, then feel free to message in. It's studio@sewingquarter.com. I always get so absorbed in these demonstrations, as I'm sure you do as well. I'm sure a lot of people watch one of our demonstrations and say, right, that's it. It's time to brave the pattern again and have another go, revisit it.
And the other thing is it kind of makes a feature of it. So you could go for a completely different colour. You could blend it and match your thread with your fabric. Or if you wanted to highlight that seam and make it more like decorative top stitching, you could do that too and pick a colour that really stands out. There are always so many options and so many ways to get creative with it. So that raw edge is all enclosed inside. It's not going to be visible or anything like that. And then I'm just going to, rather than pulling the fabric out and snipping the thread off, no, I'm going to change my mind. I was going to say I'll turn around and go back down. But
it's okay to change your mind.
Yeah, and also sometimes you just need to pause and think which is the best way to do this. Yeah, that way.
Timescales wise on this one, I mean, obviously you've pre-cut the pieces just for time because that's the kind of thing that you've done 1,000 times, I'm sure. Yeah. But from start to finish,
I think you could do it in a few hours.
Okay.
It's beautifully simple, and if you have an overlocker, usually it's a good idea to have the sewing machine and the overlocker set up next to each other.
Yeah.
So you'd sew a seam, overlock it. So a seam, overlock it. So that speeds up the process. I'm probably making it a little bit more time consuming. Possibly not, actually. No, because you would need to neaten the seam anyway. Just thinking aloud.
That's right. Think away. I'm listening.
Yeah, I think a few hours. And it's a really great project to begin with.
I don't think you necessarily go into these things, do you, thinking, right, okay, well, it's now going to, this is the long road ahead.
No.
I think you just enjoy, you know, like anything, like any kind of crafting, don't
definitely.
you, in a way? I know this isn't crafting, it's a different kind of skill set, but you're picking it up, you're coming back to it, you're revisiting it, you're perfecting it.
And enjoy the whole process and enjoy wearing it. I think that's what it's all about. Yeah.
In terms of speed on your machine, by the way, does that just come with confidence? You go faster as you become more confident with your machine?
And also on this one and on many machines, there's a speed option.
Okay.
So you can adjust that depending on whether you want to take it really slowly and how confident you feel.
And here it is, by the way. This is what we're on the way to this morning. Good morning. Lovely to have your company here at the Sewing Quarter. I'm Derek, by the way. I know I'm never here, ordinarily. Everyone's thinking, hang on a second. Natasha's shrunk. £31.95 for this geranium top bundle, which is the fabric that this top has been made from. It's 2 meters of fabric, remember, which is enough to make any of the sizes. We have the patterns. They're in 3 different sort of size gradients, but they go really, they range from size 8 all the way through to size 24, and you've enough to make. Actually, if I just show you again on the front of the pattern, the patterns are fantastic. You've got actually 6 different choices on the pattern itself, and in the fabric bundles that we have on offer for you this morning, there is enough fabric to be either to be able to make. Now I have to follow A, B, and C because they're in the wrong order for some reason. For some reason, it starts with B, C, and A. But any of these 3 here, you have enough fabric to more than enough fabric to make any of those, even up to size 24, which is the largest of the sizes, which is fantastic. Details of the pattern it's easier to follow actually via our website because you've got the player and everything that we're featuring in the show as well. So if you want the patterns in size 8 to 12, it's one item number, 14 to 18 is another, and then 20 to 24 is another, just for the uninitiated. Right, so
that's what our centre back seam looks like inside, and then I'm going to sew front to back at the shoulder seams.
Okay.
And it's a 1.5 seam allowance that they have allowed
in
their pattern making.
And this is when you're knowing the notch, where the notches are as well, acts as a guide on your way through as well, does it?
Yeah, there aren't actually any on the shoulder. Something that's important to bear in mind and is often a bit confusing for a complete beginner is to look at those and not match them like that.
Yeah.
But you think about the sewing lines, so they need to be matched like that.
Okay.
Think about that and that one ending in the same place.
Okay,
but it can be tempting to join like that first,
yes.
and then you'd have a discrepancy here. So we need to shift that along to there. And I'm going to construct it with raw edges, which I wouldn't do in real life, but in order to make the top and show how it's made.
But this is
what
television.
I'm going to do today.
It's not real life, it's fantasy land.
What I would do is either make it with French seams, like I did with that one,
yes,
or I would sew these 1.5 seam allowances as I'm doing here, and then neaten each one. So I would sew these, and I'm going straight from one shoulder over to the next, and that's to save thread, and also it's quite a logical way of working. Going straight from one to the next, like that.
Okay.
And then I'll just snip that in a moment when I've got to the end of it.
Because you did the little bit of back.
Yeah, I've reversed.
Then carried on.
Yeah, I reversed
so it's
to
nice
the
and
end
secure.
of one, the beginning of the next, and then I've come to that there.
That's a very good tip. That's a bit of a time-saving tip. Boys like time-saving tips,
and thread-saving, and kind of logical, because you're going straight from one shoulder over to the next shoulder. So the shoulder seams would then be neatened in whatever way you choose, whether it's overlocking, zigzag.
Fabulous. Well, I just need to go and remind everybody about our fabulous bundles. So I think we're taking a little walk. Come on, come with me for a little walk. We're going to see the bundles that we've got here this morning to make these tops. Remember, the pattern actually has enough fabric in all of the bundles to make A, B, and C on the pattern. So there are 6 different designs on the pattern, and you've enough fabric to make all 3. I'll show you those again in just a second. So let's start with the Amy Butler fabric then, shall we? Oh, this is a great one to have, and it is lovely. For those of you who like slightly more muted colours, but still a nice bright pink for the summer as well. I think this would be lovely for evening, actually. Very, very nice, and just imagine it with a jacket or dress it up for the races, something like that. So it's the Vine Top bundle. So you've got 2 meters of the fabric. You've got these fantastically chatoyant, shimmering buttons from Millwood that go with it as well. And you've got the Gutermann thread, which coordinates with it as well. LDGC64 is the item number for that one then at £31.45. Let's go for the Vine Top bundle now as well, which is this one here, which is beautiful. And it's nice, actually, the weight of the fabric and the way that it hangs as well is perfect for this particular design. This is lovely, it's bright, it's beautiful, lovely, lovely lime greens going on. Again, 2 meters of that fabric. Some contrasting buttons this time around. They're like a sort of a dark, sort of almost an anthracite kind of blue, isn't it? It's very, very nice indeed. And you are also getting the Gutermann thread as well. You can see there are essences of that green flowing through. And actually on this one, the button is at the back of the neckline on the finish as well. In fact, I might just spin my little lady around, actually, just so you can see where the button goes on here. This is what Jennifer was explaining earlier, is that the button goes on a loop right at the neckline at the back there. So you've got the details there for the geranium top bundle there as well. DRGC 35 at £31 and 95 pence. Now, I have to say, a lot of those are in web baskets right now. So well done, congratulations. That's proving very, very popular indeed. I'll just turn her around to save her modesty. And we'll look at our next bundle. Now, this is the bundle that we're actually making up with at the moment, right now. This is lovely. It's like almost like ocean waves going through. Beautiful colours, lovely lighter blues, gorgeous dark blues as well. Really nice contrast going through there, almost like the ripples of the ocean. This is the Beads Top bundle, EAGC06. Again, comes with those beautiful Millwood buttons there, and the thread there for you as well, £31.95. So nice matching and coordinating set all of the way through there. So we have one more bundle to show you, and then we can go back to where we were in our make. Lots and lots of choice here, actually, for lots of people's different style, which I think is nice, actually. Some are a little bit more summery, Some you might be thinking, okay, well, I'm going to buy this now, but I might embark on this over the next few weeks, by which time we're moving seasons. Have you noticed that High Street have already changed seasons almost, haven't they? I mean, the sun is still out, it's beautiful weather, but the High Street think it's time for grey and beige all round. This is lovely. This is the leaf top bundle, IEGC 30. Again, 2 meters of the fabric, which is enough to make any of those 3 tops from the pattern, even up to size 24. Make sure you check out your baskets, by the way. Some of these bundles are now going down into single figures already this morning. It's a very, very busy morning. Lovely to have your company first thing. This is your little escape of a morning, the sewing quarter, of course, which is great. IEGC 30, that one at £31 and 95 pence. So all of those bundles are there for you to look at on the website, of course, at sewingquarter.com. Right, I think we're on our way back. Now I can just show you the pattern again very, very quickly, if that's okay. Because in each of those bundles that you saw there is enough fabric, 2 meters of fabric, to make any of these first 3 designs on the left here, which is A, B, C. We're actually making C in this show, but either of those 3, you can more than enough fabric to make those even right the way up to a size 24. And in terms of the pattern sizes, we do them in 3 different item numbers. You can see the details at the moment of the mid-range, if you like, size 14 to 18. There's a different code for 20 to 24, which is down there at the bottom of the screen, MUBR29. And in a second, we'll bring up the details as well for 8 through to 12, I think it would be. Lovely. This boy catches on fast. Right. Now then, Jennifer.
I've sewn in one sleeve.
Okay, fantastic.
And then I'm going to sew in the other in exactly the same way.
Right.
And this is constructed very much like a T-shirt. So the sleeves are sewn in like this, all the way from there, over the shoulder seam and back to the underarm point.
Okay.
And then we put it together and sew all the way from the sleeve edge, and that's the underarm point, down to the hem at the side.
Right, okay.
So that's the way this is made. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to, this is where the notches that I mentioned come in really useful. So double notches nearly always refer to the back of a garment. So there's 2 for the back armhole there. Alrighty. 1 for the sleeve head, which matches with the shoulder seam there. Okay,
let's just show you those just so that you can see them as well. I will. So you've got double notch on this side, and then there's a single one next to this pin on this side as well. And just explain to us where they correspond to.
So they correspond on the pattern. Mm-hmm. There would be a double notch for the back armhole. Okay. That corresponds to a double notch on the back sleeve. Mm-hmm. And the single notch at the sleeve head matches with the shoulder seam line. Okay. And then a single notch at the front, again, matching in the same way in that armhole area there. Okay, perfect. And some sleeves require an ease stitch, and if you don't feel really confident pinning it and sewing it, I'd suggest basting that sleeve into the armhole. Okay, so I'm not going to in this instance. Isn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, and it's just a nice way to put something together, and then you can feel more confident. Yeah. It depends what level of sewing you're at, or even what mood you're in, because sometimes it can change from day to day. I don't always do exactly the same thing every time I'm doing the same. And it's, actually, mood's a very, very important thing when it comes to working with fabric as well, because there are days that we all wake up and say, okay, not today. Yeah. And then there are others where there's no stopping you. Exactly. And you'll be there burning the midnight oil, still at it. That's it. Saying to the machine, now, shh, everyone's asleep. Yeah, creativity ebbs and flows, doesn't it? Yeah, completely. That's life. Right. And sometimes when you snip off without enough thread, then when you begin, the thread comes back out of the needle. Okay. So it's always good to make sure you snip with enough, which I didn't the last time I snipped that. Okay. Which is why when I began then, it came out of the eye of the needle. I'm just going to... And see, this kind of thing happening is good. It's a good thing, because of course that happens to everybody, doesn't it? Completely and utterly. And it's how you get through these things that determines everything, isn't it? Yeah. So fantastic. You've got 2 different curve shapes that are being matched together. So this is a process to take steadily. And the key is to make sure that those edges match. So, you know, it's an accurate pattern that's been beautifully cut and beautifully put together. So I'm matching them together. and just steering it round the corner. That's the underarm point, and then I'm approaching the sleeve head area, which is this bit at the top of the arm.
I was just trying to work out how that cup worked then. And I haven't figured it out yet. It's all fine.
And seam allowances, there's sort of certain rules, and I like to break rules sometimes too. But as a general rule, seam allowances go to the back of a garment. So I've made sure that that shoulder seam faces towards the back.
So where you won't see them?
Well, it's just, it's nice to have kind of, it's not, rules sounds wrong, rules sounds too regimented.
Too rigid.
But just to have guidelines by which to work by. And also it's more comfortable, I think, somehow, to have seam, I don't know why, I have to think more about that, but to have seam allowances going towards the back. And I would neaten all of these, but I just want to get the actual fundamentals of sewing.
Well, I have to say, Jenniffer, from the pattern choices that we had, I think we've definitely picked the right one, because I have to tell you that one of our 4 bundles this morning has already sold out and gone.
Has it?
I'm not surprised. It's the did you say that the leaf top? That's the blue leaf top. Has sold out, unfortunately, already. That didn't take long at all, did it?
No.
And I've got the others going down into single figures as well. Christine in County Durham has been in touch. She said, how would Jenniffer neaten the arm seam before sewing the side seam?
I would, well, that one I made entirely with French seams.
Okay.
And maybe we can take it off the dress stand at some point towards the end, and I can show.
Okay.
Now, if you had an overlocker, I would overlock all of the seams. So I'd sew shoulder seams, then overlock them.
Yeah.
Then I'd set the sleeves in as I'm doing here, then overlock them. Then sew the side seams, then overlock them. Or zigzag, which a lot of machines have got. Okay. Or many machines have got a stitch now that kind of replicates overlocking. It doesn't have the blades that overlockers have. Okay. But it's a neat combination of sort of a zigzag and a chain stitch, and I'd use any one of all of those. Okay. Whichever you want to go with.
So you've got a number of choices actually then?
Yes, whichever you're whichever's available to you, I'd say, and whichever you prefer. So I'm just coming round to the back armhole position, and a bit like before, I'm making sure that that is laid over
slightly beyond.
So that thinking about where the 1.5 line is. Okay. And it's quite useful sometimes to use this water-soluble pen to mark lines like that. If you find visuals really useful, you could mark a line there, and then as you approach it, you know exactly where you're
is that like a more modern version of, forgive my ignorance maybe, but is that like a more modern version of chalk?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't tend to tailor tack either. Some people love tailor tacking, but I just find this pen really, really handy.
Okay.
So now we've got 2 sleeves that have been set in.
Gorgeous.
Like that. And then, so if we put right sides together, now with French seams it's constructed in a different way. It's it's wrong sides together and then right sides together. But with this, and I'm going to make sure, I'm going to put a pin through and make sure that that underarm seam matches, so that when it's worn, you know, just not just from the point of view of wearing, but just a good finish. You don't get to step.
We just missed that.
Okay.
That's all right. It's fine. Okay, so that's under the arm?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so it's that sleeve seam, the underarm seam, and if you put a pin through like that to match it, then I can take I don't sew over pins, I take it out before I reach it. Okay. So if I sew that side seam now, are we going to have a look at those French seams?
We will do, yep, we'll do. So let's do this, and then we'll come back and remind ourselves of that.
Sure. So I'm starting at the bottom, and the sleeves, I'll show you when I reach them. Very often fabric and seams kind of tell you which way they want to go because they'll naturally fall a certain way, or it will tell you if it wants to be clipped, like curved seams that I was working on yesterday. You can kind of see how the fabric behaves. Now, these seams are best pressed down the sleeve.
Okay.
And you can see, I'll show more in a moment, but you can see already that that's the way the fabric wants to face. Now, we have a slight kick out here, and that's because the pattern has allowed really nice deep seam allowances. They're about 2.5 centimetres, an inch.
Okay.
Which gives a really nice quality finish rather than a really narrow hem. So that's why that kicks out, because that has to turn back up to there.
Ah, okay, right.
So I'm just going to sew following that angle round. It's not a situation where I'd pivot. I would just guide the fabric round the corner. That's one side seam done. And then I can do the other one, and we can turn it through and have a look at it.
Very good. So how is this one different to what you're doing now, then?
So this one, like I said, I want to make that clear, I definitely wouldn't make something with completely raw seam allowances. Okay. I just wanted to show the construction methods. Yeah. But I would sew each seam like I started with the shoulders. Okay. No, I started with the centre back, actually, but I like that finish anyway, down the centre back. So I would sew, then neaten, sew, then neaten. But that would take a lot longer, and we don't have that much time today. So as always. This one, if I turn it inside out, it's easier to see. Yeah. So I sewed this completely with French seams. So what you end up with is this effect throughout. And I've done that same seam down the centre back.
So that's like a, I'll just hold this so that camera can see it. So this is adding some more, almost some more structure to the finishing.
Yes, and it's really neat.
Yes,
I wouldn't do it on any heavier weight cotton than this, particularly. And it's quite challenging around armholes because a French seam round a curve, it requires a lot more of your concentration. But I think it's worth it because I'm really pleased with the finish. And it's kind of, there's some, I don't know, I get a buzz out of things that look as good or different on the inside, but not unfinished.
No, it's great. I mean, you can see, actually, let's have a look on the armhole itself. Along the edge, I mean, that really does. I mean, it just really gives it some definition, doesn't it, from one part of the garment to another as well. So it does add a little bit of structure as well. That will make a difference to how the garment kind of sits as well, to some degree, won't it?
Yeah, men's shirts are made in a similar way.
Yes.
And it makes it long-lasting. It's kind of a traditional way of putting shirts together, and you get that double-stitch seam like you've got on yours. Yeah. So it's a similar. It's very durable, and it's, I don't know, it's kind of chic. I like the finish. So
beautiful.
I would have done that with this, but I wanted to show that if French seams don't appeal, or you want to just make it and sew the seam and neaten it, that's perfectly possible as well. And then
I think I might have this put back on because at the moment we've got a bit of a naked mannequin. She's already had issues with her modesty as well. Once this morning, so I might just get her redressed.
Okay. So I'm just sewing that second seam, and then it's a case of assuming that all those seams would be neatened. The only things that then remain are to add a little loop and button in the nape of the neck, bind the neck, and hem both the sleeves and the body with that lovely deep hem that's turned up once and then again. So again, no raw edges around the bottom.
And the loop and button was fine with the green fabric that had the blue buttons, because the button, of course, is at the back. It does have a little bit of that, it does pick up a little bit of that green shimmer, but it's fine that contrast, because a lot of the bundles, the buttons match. We're making this one here at the moment, but in your fabric bundles, you've enough to make either A, B, or C in any of the size ranges, so all the way to 24. So you've got details on the screen there of 14 to 18 on the screen. At the bottom, you've got the pattern in sizes 20 to 24 as well. Very, very popular this morning as well, I have to say. And of course, don't forget all important measurements. Always have to show the measurements on a pattern, so there you go. Of course, and you would always measure yourself first. If you're making for yourself,
definitely, it really pays off.
Because you might be a size 10 in one store, but...
Yeah, it's not standardised.
No.
So think about the body that you're making it for. Yeah. So that stay stitching that I put in at the beginning has been working for us in that it's, while I'm handling this and making it, working with it, this can't stretch and distort out of shape. So that's well worth doing at the very beginning.
Fantastic.
So how are we doing for time?
We have got 4 minutes or so left.
Right.
What can we do in 4 minutes? Because we're nearly there, aren't we?
Yes.
To all intents and purposes, we're just about there. In fact, let's just hold that up to you as well, actually, just to see, just so that you can see. I mean, the effect of that beautiful fabric, actually, if anything else, the way it shows off the fabric, the way it would look when it's worn, roughly speaking, is beautiful. I'll bring you up the details for the bundle with this fabric in it again. So you can see EAGC06 will be 2 meters of this fabric, plus the buttons and that lovely coordinating thread as well. Now that bundle this morning is already in single figures, £31.95, 0800 112 4433, or you can order, of course, online at sewingquarter.com. Excuse me, I'm taking up your 4 minutes, so I'll shut up again now.
So the only things that remain are to hem it, and what I love about the fact that it isn't a really skinny hem is that it not only makes it hang better, so they advise turning it up about that much, 6 millimeters, and then that much. But you almost get kind of, with this print, a border inside, don't you, as well?
Fabulous, isn't it? Such a nice fabric.
The same depth of hem that they suggest on the body and the sleeve, so they would end up being that length. And then this bias-bound strip is, and again, that's all notched. There's a centre front to match to a centre front. You don't have, there's no guesswork. I think you can see more on the inside there. So there's a position here on the front neck and a corresponding notch on the binding. So you don't have to wonder about anything. And that's sewn right sides together. And again, that's all on the instructions and the pattern instructions that we started with, which is brilliant. So those are the only things that remain. Putting a loop in, hand sewing a button on, and then your top is finished.
Do you know, honestly, seriously, from very tiny grain of knowledge at 8 o'clock this morning, I actually feel a lot more confident about being able to say, okay, well, you know, these are the steps. Well, you know, I haven't got time right now, but, you know, I think I'd have a lot more confidence, because I think even looking at a sewing machine sometimes, for a lot of people, I think actually is a little bit daunting.
It can be.
And you mentioned overlockers before. You don't need an overlocking machine. There are stitches on your machine that will be there for you.
Yes, even a really basic machine has a zigzag stitch. And if you're happy with that as a finish on the seams, then use a neat zigzag stitch. But a lot of machines like this actually have a stitch that replicates overlocking.
Okay, now a completely unrelated question before I whiz off. Your favourite fabric from the two that you've made this morning?
I think geranium, because I'm a gardener as well.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is lovely. And the geraniums are all out at the moment, aren't they?
Lovely.
Full flow. In fact, I saw on Gardener's World last week that if you don't keep an eye on your geraniums right now, I didn't realise this, but on the ones that self-seed, you've got the little pods that come out and they just throw the seeds and scatter them around the garden, which explains a few things in my garden, let me tell you. Jenniffer, thank you so much.
Thank you.
What an amazing demonstration that was, and very, very simple. And we've got a fabulous top from it as well. You're back with me at 11 o'clock? 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock.
Yes, with a sewing machine cover.
Yes. And no matter what your sewing machine size, don't worry, because we are going to go again from...
I'm going to measure it like it's a body and make a pattern for it.
And we will go from 0 to hero on sewing machines. But that's a little bit later. I shall see you a little bit later.
Great.
Off we go, back to the bundles again. Now, I am from 4 bundles to just 3 now, because obviously one of them has sold out. So let's start with the geranium bundle. Which is Jenniffer's favourite, and actually I have to say I agree because of its colour tone. Actually, I love the fact that this is a mix of lime greens. It's beautiful, it's bright, it's vibrant, it's wonderful. So it's 2 meters of the geranium fabric there for you. You've got the buttons, of course, which are contrasting in this one because the button goes at the back of the neckline. And you've got the lime green Gutermann thread as well. So all the essential ingredients at £31.95, DRGC 35. Please, I try not to nag about baskets on the web, but please do. If you have that one, we are going to have quite a few people, I think, that don't get what they want this morning, because they will sell out very, very quickly. So DRGC 35. We've had one of the 4 bundles sell out already this morning. Oh, this is the Amy Butler. And I tell you what, you feel this fabric, you get it home, and I think, to be honest, even beyond the projects in the pattern today, I think you'll just hold this fabric and you will just love it. It'll be a looker for a while, I think. It'll be a looker for a long while. Again, you get the buttons with these as well, which are beautifully shimmering and chatoyant, and they complement beautifully. And of course, the Gutermann thread as well, which is just the perfect shade for this as well. LDGC64, £31.45. Will be very, very popular, of course. Amy Butler fabrics always are. I've known that for a long, long time, indeed. Right, one more bundle to show you right now, and this lovely ocean kind of look to it. I just love this fabric. It's gorgeous. It's the one that we've just been making with as well. You can see the way it flows. Actually, it flows better in a north-south direction. Almost has sort of 2 different looks, doesn't it? This is the beads top bundle, EAGC06, 2 meters of the fabric. The buttons, of course, in that lovely sort of sapphire blue that's lovely and shimmering. And you've got the thread there as well. EAGC06, single figures available right now. And finally, Esther, as they used to say on That's Life, I've got the pattern to show you, of course. The top that we've been making, there she is with our lovely, what do we call our mannequin here? I want to call her Leslie this morning. I don't know why. She looks like a Leslie. You can make A, B, or C in any of the sizes from 8 all the way through to 24. Now, the patterns come in 3 different there's like a small range, medium, and a large as well. There is the medium, 14 to 18 there, TBBR 46. And the small is at the bottom, 8 to 12, and there's another item code for 20 to 24 as well. Wow, what a fantastic first hour. And I tell you what, the second hour will be just as good as well. Join me and gorgeous Jenniffer Taylor in seconds from now. Stay right where you are.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step.
Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Good morning, everyone. Lovely to have your company. It is Tuesday, isn't it? Do you know, I'm not quite sure which day of the week it is, but never mind. Lovely to have your company. My name's Derek. I am almost like your supply teacher this morning on the Sewing Quarter. And so far, well, you know, not bad, actually. We've got lots to learn between now and midday. We've got more dressmaking a little bit later on with Jenniffer. And this hour, we got fabulous Jenniffer Taylor with us. Yay! Fantastic. Can't wait. And I tell you what, the project that we have got is right up my street, let me tell you. And I'll explain that in a wee while, because it's Try It Tuesday. And here we've got, are we calling this tea time treats? Time for tea. That sounds good for me. Tea time treats, time for tea, sounds good for me. Now, let me run you through all of the fabrics, because you know we have to do all of the fabric bits and pieces first, and then we can go and have lots and lots of fun and learn everything as well. So shall we start with our solids, of which we have a huge, huge range, of course, to be able to buy the half metre and buy any quantity that you like, just by giving us a call or going on to the website at sewingquarter.com. Let's start with this deep purple. This is lovely. We're calling this Forest. This is beautiful, isn't it? I love the solid fabrics. I have to say, every time I tune into the Sewing Quarter and I look at the solids, I just think, wow, fantastic. I mean, they are great quality. They're really, really rich fabrics as well, which is lovely. And the colour is superb. So this is the Forest Fruits by, is it McCall? McCall. £3.25 for a half metre length. And of course, the great thing about the Sewing Quarter is, and I think it's still exclusive to us, we are the only channel that will cut to measure for you by the half metre. So you can just give us a call and, you know, order whatever you want, when you want. This next colour, I just adore. In fact, I've got a pair of shorts and a pair of summer trousers that are in this kind of colour for this year. It's very, very on trend this year. And this is the Cornflower Blue Spectrum Solid. GHMY49 is the code. £3.25 by the half metre. And again, it's good. You can see the way it moves. You can see as you sort of just feel it, that how solid it is and how many different projects it would be fantastic for. All of these fabrics are just great. £3.25 by the half metre, of course. And if you want 6.5 metres, just give us a call on 0800 112 4433. Right, let's go for the darker of the two reds now, shall we? This is lovely. This is almost like a burgundy kind of tone, actually, this one, isn't it? Very, very nice indeed. This one is called Christmas Red, is it? Oh, Christmas Red. Bit early for Christmas. Well, you might be thinking about your makes for Christmas, actually, if you are thinking, right, okay, we're going to make some personalised tree decorations as gifts or whatever it may be. I think this is quite universal, actually. For me, it's a little bit more of a maroon than a Christmas red, although now calling it Christmas red, I'm thinking of the Santa sacks and the decorations and the table decorations, which is good because in Time for Tea, that's exactly what we're making, is table decorations of a sort. And let's go from that one now to our bright red. Now, this is fantastic. This is a real kind of wild poppy red. It's absolutely gorgeous. This is almost a sort of a hint of a pink in this one. This is the brighter red of the two. If you're on the website, apparently the pictures look very, very similar, but ignore that and go by the TV, I would say. So that is your Christmas red. Just underneath there, the slightly darker one, the slightly more burgundy or maroon tone to it. And then the bright red is this one, and there's no mistaking the tone of that red, isn't it? Beautiful, bright, vibrant, poppy red. £3.25. Again, you can buy by the half metre, which is superb. And we are able to cut in one length pretty much as you want. Stocks permitting, obviously. Right, next up, we go to our fabulous fabrics. Let's go to the... I love this. I love this. Again, it's McCall fabric. And this time, it's the chickens. Chickens on blue fabric. That was an imaginative name, wasn't it? DMMY19. Homegrown chickens. Homegrown chickens as well, even better. £5.95. That would be great, wouldn't it? If you're making a fabulous apron or some oven gloves or whatever it may be, that would be great. Any of the makes that you see today as well will be great for that. DMMY19 at £5.95 by the half metre. This I love. This I love. Now, it's got a Hessian, okay, this is wonderful. This is cream fabric, homegrown vegetables this time. Yeah, that looks like the kind of wonky veg that I grow, I think. You've got the aubergines on there, you've got peppers on there, and you've got a bit of radish there as well, I think. Very, very nice. There's a bit of carrot there as well. There's a little bit of, is that a garlic bulb or two maybe there as well? YSMY69, £5.95 by the half metre. Again, brilliant for any of your sort of kitchen projects. You've got utensil holders, whatever it may be. Fantastic and great for the makes in time for tea as well, so keep those in mind. Blimey, the fabrics just keep coming today, don't they? Over here, we got 101 over here. It's brilliant. Love it. We've got this one, which is gorgeous cupcakes. This is rather nice. I love this sort of biscuit colour background to this one. This is the linen look cupcakes fabric by the half metre, NMFG19 at just £4.95, which surprises me actually because there's a real density to this fabric as well that is quite incredible. It's got a lovely weave to it, really, really bright and vibrant colours, and you've got lots of lovely cupcakes. Oh, I could just have one of those cherries right now from this cupcake. I'm just, no, sorry, I'm dreaming. I'm sorry, right, yes, back in the room. Right, I'm just streaming the cherries there. So that's the details of that one. Next up, we have this one here, which is beautiful. Oh, this is rather nice, isn't it? Teacups, teapots, this would be good. Actually, I think this whole hour is all about, I think, creating a nice sort of boutique tea room kind of look. Either at your kitchen table or your dining room table. You know when you've got people around for coffee of an afternoon. I think this is lovely. This is the afternoon tea candy fabric premiere. Never been seen before here at the Sewing Quarter. ZVFG 59, £4.95 by the half metre. That's nice and bright and colourful, isn't it? Actually, that would be great for maybe a child's nursery in some way as well, actually. I think that's very, very nice indeed. This is nice. Yes, bunting. Bunting for the summer, that would be fantastic. Now, we've got the same print here in a different colour. This time we've got it in a lovely rose colour. Love the cupcakes as well. Very, very tempting, isn't it, on the eye? It's a lovely look, isn't it? Very, very tasty indeed. There's more cherries again. Oh, I could just do one of those cherries right now. I had breakfast at 4 o'clock this morning, I must apologise. It's fine. 3 hours to go, it'll all be fine. Look at that, though. Very, very tempting. Afternoon tea rose fabric. Again, is this premiere, this one, Hannah, as well? QLFG68. We've only seen it a couple of times before. It's very, very nice indeed. And new colour. New colour, another premiere for us. This is lovely, actually. This is very tutti-frutti colours for me. Everything for me is food this morning. Definitely, definitely, definitely. I'm so hungry. Look, you've got a nice big cake stand there full of cupcakes. You've got the teapot there as well, which is lovely. Look at the colours. I mean, there's lime greens and purples, all sorts going on there as well. £4.95, PCFG 70 at £4.95. It should really have been PG something, really, shouldn't it, with it being time for tea and all of that. Anyway, right, now we've seen all the fabrics. Can I go and play with my friend Jenniffer now? Fantastic. Right, here I go. Here I go. Hello, gorgeous.
Hello. Oh, it's really good to see you.
You too as well. I've missed you. It's been a long time, isn't it?
Forever.
Forever and a day. Right, we've got fabulous projects today, haven't we?
We've got some really cute projects today. That's
yeah,
right.
very, very nice indeed. Time for tea. This is brilliant, and I'll tell you why in just a second, but I guess we have a look at the pattern that we'll be working from on this particular hour with Jen. This is brilliant. So from this pattern, we can make lovely placemats, gorgeous napkins and a table runner as well.
Table runner, tablecloth, and also there's a really cute flower bowls in there, and you get 3 different sizes.
Oh, I like it.
That's in the top. What would it be? Your right, top right.
This one here. There we go. Everything's upside down on telly, isn't it?
Upside down and roundabout. But yes, it's a really lovely pattern, multiple patterns in there. But exactly what you said is if you've got you want to kit out your tea-themed dining room, this is the pattern for you. Definitely.
I like the idea of this because actually if you've got people coming and it might be a party that you've got during the day, just like a family party or something like that, and you think, actually, you know, the napkins and the napkin rings and everything that I have, you know, that's for formal, that's for, you know, occasions, nighttime dinners. But during the day, if you're having something fun, you're having everyone over for lunch or coffee or whatever, you want something that's fun, don't you?
Cheerful.
That's a bargain, isn't it?
It is a bargain. And then also with the fabrics you've got today, then obviously you can tie that in with your cushions. Like you could reupholster your chairs in these fabrics, and you can get it all really tying in really nicely. And this is what's so wonderful about being able to sew, because you can do that yourself.
I love it. And you lovely lady here is what Jen has created.
Yeah.
From this fantastic kit already. Let me move my gadget out of the way so it doesn't... There we go, so we can see.
No wine, I'm afraid, though.
No, you don't get a wine, no.
It's lunchtime.
No, absolutely. Could do with a cherry, though. Could do with a cherry.
Get this man some food.
That's lovely, isn't it? Fantastic. Right, OK, so where are we starting, my darling?
So I thought, just because of space, rather than doing the big table runner, I thought I'd scale it down for you and I'll show you how to do the placemat. But the process is exactly the same. It's just obviously the length would be however big you want your table to be.
Much longer.
And exactly. So in the pattern, it does actually have a couple of preset sizes. So you might want to just measure your table, and then you can trim your pattern to size so it fits nicely.
And that's the same for the placemats as well, because you might already use chargers, or you know your plates might be slightly larger than average, or you might be thinking, actually, I want those for platters rather than plates.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you've got the fundamental of the pattern, then you can always go and explore that further. Absolutely.
Fabulous. Now, I'm really interested about the way this is made, because obviously we've talked beforehand as well, before coming in, and this is almost made a bit like a photo frame, where you make like the frame first, and then you've got the fabric in the middle, haven't you?
So I bring this in. So out of the table mat here, you're actually creating, you're right, the red frame first. I've decided to do it in an alternate colour. Yeah. Obviously, you don't have to if you don't want to. But you can see that it's got lovely, lovely pointed mitered corners. But yes, you do the frame first, and then you insert what, in this case, I've gone with the tea-themed fabric in rose.
With the Christmas red?
With the Christmas red.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, we joke about Christmas being so far away, but June, July is the time to get
We're
prepping.
Halfway there, frighteningly enough.
You need to run up, don't you?
Of course you do, definitely.
Start crafting for Christmas. But,
well, anyone that's making as well, I mean, I know, working with our sister channel as well, JM, lots and lots of people are starting to make their Christmas makes right now, if they're making for fairs, or they're raising money for charity, or, you know...
Just for gifts, for friends and family.
Absolutely, time to get started,
time
isn't
to get
it?
started. Yeah. But no, I thought I'd go with the Christmas one. So that's the one that I've done today, but we're going to be doing it in the lovely, the purple, in the forest fruits colour. And you're right about the colours in the fabric. They are just lovely.
So tasty, aren't they?
And then with this vibrant purple, it's just going to...
Yeah. Pop. Just works, doesn't it?
It looks really, really lovely, really nice. So that's the combination that we're going to be working with today. So we've got the forest fruits here, and then what's this one called now? I can't remember.
This one is the grape. That's it. We're calling that one grape.
So we've got grape and forest fruit. Of course it is.
Naturally.
They're just calling these fabrics that just to make you more hungry, Derek.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about food this morning, isn't it?
It's all about food this morning. Okay, so I've gone ahead and cut out my patterns already. But before we remove our pattern, it's really, really important that we transfer our markings. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do that straight away. Now, because we've got quite a really vibrant colour here, the water erasable pen that we have doesn't show up. So we're going to use the old method of marking our fabric by doing what's called Taylor tacks. Okay. So I'm just going ahead and got a needle and thread. Is that because they're
named after you?
Yeah.
Handy, that.
No, I wish they were, but unfortunately not. So it's important that you use a different coloured thread. So I've gone with a cream thread, so you're really going to see it against the purple once I've made the tack. And to do that, it's this part here, this reference point here with the circle. Okay, that's indicating later on where my joins need to match up. Okay.
Yeah.
These lines here are all your stitching lines. You could also put those in as well if you like, but it's the seam allowance basically. It's just giving you a visual aid on where your seam allowances are going to be. And on this particular piece, I've got 2 points of reference, so it's those two that I need to do tailor tacks. So we're going to do 2 of those. So you go into your fabric, into the circle, and come back out. So there's that. So it's really important that you leave a tail. Okay, so there's a tail there. Then you come in and out again, but this time you're going to be creating a loop. So let me just bring that through.
Do you know what I nearly did in my ignorance? When you laid the purple fabric over the grape, and I saw a little end, I was just about to say, because
you dare.
No, you know why? Because on camera everything looks perfect, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So there's that temptation to just go
pull it off. Yeah, don't pull these down.
I'm so glad I didn't.
I'm so glad you didn't. Otherwise I'll be stuck.
Yeah, I'd be in trouble.
So that's the one tack done. So I'll just do that again in case you missed it. So you're going to go in and out of the circle. Okay, so you can see that where then my needle is there. So you're going to leave a tail. Okay, so there's my little tail there. You're going to go back in and out again through the same point, but this time you're going to leave a loop. Okay, there's a big loop there. And then you're going to cut and leaving a second tail. Okay, so there's 2 points of reference there. So once you've done that and you've checked you've got nothing else going on, which we haven't, now you can remove your pins. And you can carefully remove your paper. So it's really important that you just keep your finger on that tack, so when you move your paper out of the way, you don't lose your tack. Okay, so that's that done. Okay, so there's your, there's your pattern.
And you've still kept it all.
So when you come to use it again later, you've got the hole already in your paper this time. Okay, so you can go ahead and cut it out before if you wanted to. But if you hold of the paper as you're doing it, you should rip it. It won't rip all the paper.
Yep.
So that's that. So this is where it gets a bit tricky. So now what you need to do is separate your 2 pieces, because I cut this on the fold, cutting 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you need to pull them apart. Now there will be a point where you can't pull it anymore, so don't be tempted to pull it any further because you'll pull your tack out. So it's just a gentle pull until you feel it won't go any further, and then you snip. So there's one. And again, I'm just pulling that away. There's 2. So now you can see we've got our 2 points of reference in exactly the same place, ready for our next step.
And don't let anyone,
pull those out.
Think, oh, I wonder why that's that. Shall I just? Shall I? Don't do that.
Don't do that.
How to lose friends very easily. Let me just give you a quick squiz at the pattern before we move on. Here it is for you. So it's a Butterick pattern there. There are lots and lots of different options, as you can see there. So you've got the table runner, you've got the placemats, you've got the napkins, of course, and you've got variations on a flower bowl there that you can make there as well. All with that one pattern at just £7.95. And in terms of fabrics, I mean, seriously, I know on the pattern cover there, because I think patterns tend to be, they're quite muted sometimes, pattern covers, aren't they, a little bit? I don't want to say old-fashioned, but they're slightly muted. But wait until you see the selection of fabrics that we've got. In fact, if you're watching via the website right now, have a bit of a scroll through. Oh, I don't know how you make the choice. I don't know how you make the choice. Anyway.
Okay, so we've got, to make our frame, if you like, we have 2 pieces. You have the long lengths and the 2 shorter lengths, okay? So now it's about putting these together. Now, those of you who do bias binding, you'll be familiar with the 45-degree angle that we're working with here. But you need to do it differently. So whereas when you're doing your bias binding, if I just move 2 out of the way so it makes it a little bit easier for you, to create your bias binding, what you would normally do is place the 2 45-degree angles together to give you a dog leg, basically. So then when you sew it, it pulls straight. But obviously we don't want a straight border. We want that corner, don't we? So this time, you're actually placing the 2 45 angles together. Okay, and the reason why that dot is there is because that's telling you where to stop sewing. Okay, so I'm going to just pop a pin into that section, and I'm going to go to the machine. Okay, so it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance in this pattern. So I'm using the guide on the machine to do that, and it's just a normal straight stitch. So I'm just going to come in, do a little locking stitch, sew towards my point of reference, which is that little tail tack there. That's it. So that's that process done. So now, if I open that out, you can see that we've got our nice right angle now.
Fantastic.
Okay, so that's going to give you a really beautiful mitered edge. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky because you need to make sure that you're doing it all in the same direction, otherwise you're going to have raw edges and clean edges.
Yeah.
So now I've opened that section out, I'm just going to move it to the corner. I'm going to get my long section, so not this one.
Yeah.
That one.
And of course, this is much, much easier for you at home as well because you're not showing it to cameras and everything else and doing everything upside down, and the wrong way round with me asking silly questions as well.
No, that's silly. No question's silly. So the right side is facing up, and I know this is the right side because my raw edges are on the other side, okay?
Yeah.
The great thing about this fabric is it is multiple, so don't worry too much about the right or wrong side, but if it was patterned, you'd obviously see which side they are.
Yeah, of course, so these are the solids.
Exactly, so there is no difference.
Details of this one, by the way, if you like it, the forest fruits colour. Along the bottom of the screen there, £3.25, and there are oodles and scoodles of these solid in loads and loads of different colours on the website at sewingquarter.com. So go and have a little look because they're a fabulous fabric, aren't they? They're beautiful. Really, really substantial.
Really, really nice. So you've got your 2 points of reference again. So again, you're popping that 45-degree angle together. And this notch here will be matching up with that notch there. So it doesn't matter which side you sew, you've still got the same point of reference. And again, you're going to sew that corner.
There's no danger of you getting them stuck, though, is there? Sewing them...
The tailor tack?
Sewing they'll pull through.
Oh, they'll pull out, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Silly question, sorry.
It's not a silly question. He'll learn.
I will, yeah, definitely.
Oh, there you go. So now I've gone, there's that one. I've just sewn that one, and now you can see that I've sewn my other one. So you see how that's starting to come together now? This frame's starting to come together.
Yes.
So all I need to do now is do the final piece.
One more.
Okay,
well,
and then that's done.
Shall I leave you to do that? Because apparently I've got to go and do a bit of,
Wafting.
Got to go and do a bit, wafting. That's
all right.
it.
Well, I'll do that
wafting.
then.
Okay, all right, I'll be back. Well, I really wanted to show you just the sheer choice in the fabrics that we've got. Because, of course, we're seeing the solids there, the forest fruit solid, which Jen's working with at the moment. But in terms of making the centre part of your table mat, your runners, your napkins, whatever it may be, or the backing, in fact, actually, depends on which way you want to do it. You've got so many different choices. Should we start with our homemade wonky veg? I love this. We should definitely call it that. Homemade wonky veg. Homemade grown vegetables on cream fabric by McCall. YSMY69. Gorgeous range of colours in there as well. So if that keys in with either, maybe it might be your dining table that's in the kitchen and that already goes with the decor that you've got, or the wallpaper or the curtains or whatever it may be. And you want to key those in really, really nice. Indeed, why not think of making some curtains with this? Remember, we can custom cut this for you by the half metre, as I'm sure as you know now, just £5.95. Of course, the more you want, the better. I mean, it's just fantastic. I'm just going to have a little look. Now, of course, give us a call on this one, because if you want 4 metres all in one go, then give us a call right now and we'll sort all of that out, and then we can do it as one length for you. 0800 112 4433. 0800 112 4433. Just quote that code up there. If not, just say to the team, just for the fun, just say wonky veg, that one, and they can look through all of the pictures and they'll find the wonky veg. Right, let's do blue chickens next then, shall we? Love these, absolutely love them. And there's no right or wrong way, and I think that's quite good with the fabric, isn't it? I'm getting to learn this straight away, when there isn't a right or a wrong way necessarily. I mean, make sure the chickens are, standing up, roughly speaking. But I think if you've got a sort of starter project going on, I like that. Just that little hint on the blue of the chickens, what do we call that? Is it wattle? The one that, the thing that's on the cornflakes packet. Waddle. Yeah, it's wattle, isn't it? Not waddle, wattle. Anyway, DMMY19 is your item number for this one. Yes, Waddle with blue chickens. £5.95 by the half metre, of course. You can give us a call or, of course, go on to the website. Of course, the more you want, just give us a call. No problem whatsoever. Right, let's do cupcakes now. Oh, yummy cupcakes. Shall we start with this one at the back? I love this one. I just love this. I'm going to bring this over to you, Jen, in a minute as well, so you can feel how beautiful this is. It is fab fabric to have. Is this one of the premieres, Hannah, as well? We have seen this one before, but we have got some premieres this morning. This I just love. If you have missed it before, this is like a linen look. Well, do you know what? It's so much like a linen feel as well. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's lovely. I'm going to bring it over in just so I'll bring it with me. That is gorgeous. £4.95. Is this 100% cotton? This one, Hannah? I'm just going to look up the component because I have to say it would be nice if you had the linen look, but without that being. It's 100% cotton. Yes, it does feel slightly different. I'll get Jen's opinion on it in just a moment because if that has 100% cotton but doesn't act like linen, bonus. NMFG19 is the code for that one, and it's £4.95 by the half metre. Give us a call, of course, or go on the website. This is one of the premier ones. This is one of the 3 cupcake designs that we've got this morning. Make sure that you order the right one because there are sort of 3 different variants of this, 2 of which are premier. We're calling this one Candy for obvious reasons. As you can see, it's got lovely candy pinks going all the way through. Great big cake stands there full of cupcakes and more cherries as well. Tea, which is lovely. Yes, Summer Fate, great for bunting and great for summer events. That would be lovely.
Bunting, that's a good shout.
Yeah, definitely. ZVFG59 at £4.95. Let's look now at the... What did we call this one? Did we call it Rose? That's it. Don't leave me, Rose. Here's the Rose. So it's the same design, but with it, yeah, it is. I wasn't going to say it again, Hannah. That was a line from that film that we don't need to think about. Beautiful, nice big cake slices there. Again, lovely cupcakes, gorgeous, really nice. And I think these would be great for people who are maybe setting up, maybe you know someone who's setting up a bit of a boutique tea room, because I think this would sort of, you know, give you the distinctive edge. And if you want that sort of boutique tea room look on your dining table for when you've got people coming around for tea or a glass of wine in the afternoon, as opposed to something more formal of an evening, I think this is lovely. And again, for your kitchen accessories, if you're making aprons, you're making things for, yes, your outdoor room, you know, your inside-outside room, which everyone's doing at the moment, aren't they? Taking the inside outside, which is lovely, especially with this lovely weather that we're getting. Let's hope it stays. And here, this is one of the premieres, isn't it? This is great. Now, this is premiere. It's the same design with the cake stands and the teapots and the lovely cups. Lots and lots of different colours going through this. I would make a real feature of this teapot, don't you think? With the beautiful, you know, grape background and the candy colours. Oh, yes, you could, couldn't you? Completely and utterly. Yeah, that would be nice. Right in the middle of your apron would be quite nice. Imagine, maybe not Christmas red. Which colour in our solids would we go for? Yeah, we could go for forest fruits, couldn't we? And then we could have the big teapot in the middle. I'm sorry, if it's for my apron, it's got to have a cherry on it. It's got to. It's just got to. PCFG70 at £4.95. Fantastic. Now, this storage box... is around as well. You might be thinking, I've got quite a few people asking. I think it was left here, actually. So I thought I'd mention it right now, actually. This is great. Massive amounts of storage here. If you're anything like my mother, sorry, Mum, if you're watching, but it becomes drawers and drawers and drawers and drawers and drawers full of, you know, a drawer for this and a drawer for that, but in different pieces of furniture, you know, whatever happened to be around at the time. And of course, if you want to go from place to place, if you are making for fairs or whatever it may be, you know, and you want somewhere to take your makes, or, yeah, good point, actually, if you're going to a workshop or a class or something like that, and you want to be able, a lot of the workshops you go to, I know there's one near me where, you know, you have to, it does actually say to you, bring this, bring that, bring scissors, bring blah, 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 whatever you need. This has got lots and lots of useful storage. How many of these would fit in your she shed, Mrs.?
I'm actually eyeing that up because that's perfect for my workshops. Because you take your sewing room with you.
Yeah.
Because even when you have to bring your kit with you, you always forget something.
Of course you do.
Whereas you can just bring your sewing room with you with that. That's well good.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? There aren't many of these around, by the way, and I know you're going to need a fair few, so I'd get in there quickly. We'll have a better look at that in a wee bit, actually. But I'm going to go back over to our lovely Jen. Details are on the screen there for that. And I've got to bring this fabric to you. Oh, yes. Now, if you want to make a table runner and a minimum of 2 placemats, here's the shopping list of what you will need. So obviously you would need the pattern at £7.95, and then you would need obviously 3 metres of your feature fabric, so either the cupcakes or the chickens or the wonky veg or whatever it may be. And then, of course, you'll need 1.5 metres of your backing fabric, which, again, can be your feature fabric as well if you want it to be, but could also be the solids in the, forest fruits or any colour, really, that you want to go with your feature fabric. We recommend some iron-on interfacing as well, a medium 1 metre by 1 metre, a couple of packs of that. That's all on the website, and of course some thread, and the thread colour is of course determined by, well, not necessarily determined by the fabric that you can choose. You can go completely opposing if you want to.
Absolutely.
Now, what do you think of this, Mrs? This is lovely, isn't it? Because it feels absolutely feels like a linen, but you know actually, especially if you're making anything clothing, that a linen, as soon as you look at it, it starts doing that thing that linen. And I know linen is lovely, but here you've got the look and you've got the gravity of a linen, haven't you?
It's a bigger weave. You can see from the threads here. It's a denser weave, so they're bigger threads. But it's beautiful.
Isn't it?
It's really, really vibrant. Seeing it over there and then seeing it here are two different things. It's really gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. We put the details up for you. It's the cupcakes fabric with the linen look. This is my star of today.
I love it. Love purple, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is great.
Try it with the red. Oh, any colour.
Yeah, would go with the Christmas red.
It picks out the cherries and the strawberries. Derek, you'll be pleased with that.
The great thing is these cupcakes do have lots and lots of different colours because they've got little decorations on top of the cupcakes, obviously like hundreds and thousands and things like that, where you can use lots and lots of different colours. Well, you'll have to wait till midday now for that. It's lovely, that, isn't it, though? Beautiful. You can get hold of it right now, of course, cut to your length. However much you want, just give us a call, 0800 112 4433. And breathe, Derek. Right, so we have our full frame now.
So we have our picture frame. So obviously this is going to be framing our lovely Time for Tea fabric. But this process would be great for quilts.
Yeah.
You've done little pieces and you don't want to go with the normal binding. I'll show you with the next step after where we bag it out. But that would be really nice to frame your quilts, obviously on a bigger scale. But I think that would still be a nice method.
Could you divide that space inside the frame into 4 and do 2 different feature fabrics?
Yeah, you could patchwork. Yeah, absolutely. So if we just, if I just flip this over before I forget. It's really, really important that you press your seams open and out. It will make it easier when we come to put our feature piece in. Okay, so make sure you press these out before you do that with a nice hot iron, okay? So I'll move that out of the way. So going back to your point, Derek, yes, you absolutely could do that because you've got your pattern piece. So you could piece your fabrics together. Yeah. And then all you need to do is get your pattern out and then obviously place it in the, I mean, you could draw a line to see, so you're quarterizing it up correctly so that they're not uneven or whatever. Place your your pattern onto your fabric and then cut out the size, because obviously that's the beauty of the pattern. You don't have to worry about the maths, whereas with quilting you've got to think about the maths and the angles and all that jazz. Whereas because you have your pattern, you can just dive in with that straight away. But you still have to think about your seam allowances being 4 times over? Yeah, so if you patch together first, you don't worry about the seam allowances, because then after that you'll be cutting out with the pattern, not. So if you're going to do it by scrap, so if you knew that this was a certain size and you wasn't using a pattern, then yes, absolutely, you'd have to get your fabric, get your include a seam allowance in that, and then patch it together. Whereas with this, you could just go straight ahead and get patching, and then use your pattern piece to go, yeah, that looks about right. Now I'm going to cut it out because it's already included. Perfect. Right? Perfect. So again, very similar to our border, we've got 4 points of reference here, and you notice I've put pins in all 4 corners. So I've put the head of the pin in first and then come out. Same again here, here and here. So what I'm going to do this time, instead of using the old method with the old thread and needle, I'm going to use my water erasable pen because I'm going to see it on this fabric. So you can see I've already gone ahead and done that already. So there's one in that corner, one in that corner, one in that corner, one in that quarter. So it's a lot quicker than the tailor tap method.
Okay.
But you know, each to their own. So I like to show both. So now I've done that, I'm happy to take my pins out. And I can now remove my pattern. So I've got 2 there because I cut on the fold. So when you're doing this, you'll be making 2 at a time anyway. Okay, so you don't need to worry about cutting it out again. So if you're doing it on the fold, you cut out 2 at the same time. Right, okay, so now this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Okay, so it's about putting the right sides together. So we know in our picture frame, this is the right side because we've got, the seams aren't showing. If I bring that down there, can you see? This is our right side because the seams aren't showing. And we know this is the right side, obviously, because we can see the bold print. So what we're going to do is take that first section. So we ignore the other corners. We're just working with that long section. And this is why it's really nice that you take the time to press your seams out because it's already taken care of those seam allowances. And we're placing where we've stitched up to on those points of reference on the fabric.
Okay, right, yeah.
Okay, so if I just remove that quickly. So you can see my dot there.
Yeah.
And I know where my dot was because I've finished stitching now. I've taken all my tailor's tacks out because I don't need them anymore. So I'm making sure that point matches up with that point. So I'm going to pop a little pin there. Oh.
Got it, got it.
Got that there. And then you're going to do the same on the other side. And do that there. So now what I would do, rather than trying to put all these together, do one at a time.
Okay.
Okay, so don't try, you can if you like, or go in and hand base and put them all in. But I would just go and do one at a time.
Okay.
Just a lot more easier. Okay, so I'm going to the machine.
And you'll be happier with the finish, I guess, as well.
Yes.
If you've taken that bit more time.
And then you're not having to fight with everything. So at the moment it's all loose, I can manipulate and move it as I wanted to. Now it's really, really important when you're on your sewing machine that you're keeping the other part of that out of the way. Okay, you need to keep that out of the way, otherwise you're going to get yourself into a muddle. Okay, so I'm just going to pop my needle down. Again, it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance. You don't want to be sewing anything other than that one side. So I'm going to go all the way down. All the way down to that second point. So this is just a straight stitch. So even though we're doing these really beautiful, clean, mitered corners, it's all straight stitching. It's all straight stitches. This way you need to be careful. So you don't want to sew anything other than that seam allowance that we're working with. Just doing a quick black stitch to keep it in place, and then you can remove it. Okay. So now that's stitched. You can see that that's that part done.
Look at that.
All right.
Love it.
That part's done.
Yeah.
So now it's about doing the other pieces. So now this is why I like it loose, because you can manipulate it. So you can see now that where I've sewn, that area's it can split easy.
Yeah.
Because we've done that mitered corner already, and we've already gone ahead and pressed that seam, so it's playing nicely. It's all about making the fabric behave. Okay, so I'm moving that out of the way.
But that's also key, that you have the right fabric with the right density to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also because, I mean, this is a really lovely 100% cotton, so it's going to take the heat as well. It's not going to melt under your hot, your hot plates or whatever. So again, we know the point of reference is done on this side because we've just sewn it. Okay, so that bit's taken care of. I'm making sure that my seam allowance is down, popping a pin in. So that's that bit done, okay? So now it's about going to this other point of reference, this one in the left-hand corner, or my left or your right. And again, it's the same point of reference, so we know that's where it should be because we've sewn it together. So it's about putting it onto that tailor's mark, which we did with our water erasable pen. Pop a pin in, and again, straight stitch down. So just take it one at a time. I think you'd like to pin away, but sometimes it's best to just take it one section at a time, especially when you're doing something like this.
A bit more manageable. Shall I just remind you, just while we're stitching that one, I'll remind you of the pattern. You've got the details there on your screen, OGBR 71. What we're able to... Oh, actually, half the stock of the pattern is already sold out, by the way. So if you... and it's a really quite universal pattern as well, actually, because once you've started with this... I just had an idea as well, by the way. Sorry, that's the second one. That's the second one in an hour. That's pretty good going for me.
Is that breakfast at 4 o'clock this morning?
That's what it was. That's
You've had your Weetabix.
Can't wait till Saturday now. Oh no, Thursday actually. I'm back here on Thursday.
Oh.
Well, unless anyone's seen this show, and then maybe not. Listen, you were marvellous. Could you do a completely different look on one side than the other? So could you use a completely different solid and a completely different feature on the back than the front?
On the pattern, so I've gone ahead and used my feature fabric in the centre, obviously with my red frame.
Yeah.
Okay, so but on the back, if I just flip that over for you, I went with because I went for 6 meters of this fabric. So rather than going with a plain red on the back, I want to use the vibrant one. So that's beautiful on its own.
And that, by the way, is that fabric there, QLFG68, which is the afternoon tea rose fabric. So you've gone for feature fabric.
So I've gone for feature fabric on the back. So that's given me a really nice patterned placemat, but on the back, so it's almost like a two-tone. There's the one for the day, and then there's.
But could you also do?
Yeah. So what you could do, rather than going with this plain back, you could just repeat it. So you could do, I don't know, this colour with the red border, and then instead of going with a plain back, you just repeat the front. And do it. So you could do purple.
Have 2 fronts back to back.
2 fronts back to back. Yes, of course you could. That would look really
lovely. High five.
Very nice.
Hey, idea. It was a good one.
It was a great one. So I'm just finishing off my my straight stitch now. But
I say that having not yet been at the sewing machine. It's easy for me to say.
By Thursday you'll be on it.
Perfect.
By Thursday you'll be on it. But no, absolutely. So you could definitely do a sort of a two-tone if you like, and you have your front and your back. So you've got 2 dinner dining sets for the price of 1.
Yeah. Although I think once you've made your first set. That will be the clincher, won't it?
Yeah.
You'll be back then for more of the solids, and then some. You'll be thinking, right, okay, well that's okay while we're in the summer.
Yes.
But then when we get in towards sort of autumn, winter, I might want that, that tea party look. I might want that to be trees and cones or whatever, or my wonky veg maybe into the autumn.
The wonky veg
when I'm making my homemade soups. With my wonky veg.
But I think all these fabric would look really lovely in aprons as well, and like you say, matching other gloves. So it's nice to have
linen cupcake.
Let me go to the eye while you're flashing.
Okay, I'll do my own modelling here. Now, imagination. This needs imagination. Just imagine there are, this is my kitchen. No, be careful what you imagine. It's only early, but. My pinny for the kitchen in this linen look fabric.
You look divine.
Do we call it a pinny?
You could call it a pinny.
Okay,
an apron.
Right, pinny. Sorry, yes.
House coat.
My nan used to call it pinny. House coat.
House coat.
Oh, now that's terribly de rigueur, isn't it? No, house coat. You used to wear lots of house coats, didn't you? To do the housework. So you
put your house coat on.
Kept your best.
Have your best dressed while you're cooking dinner.
Yeah.
Still looking divine.
Oh, fabulous! Yeah, hair in place, all sorts. No stress, no worry, no panic.
Oh.
Lovely.
Brilliant.
Details, by the way, are on for the linen look cupcake fabric. It's my star of the morning.
You love that one,
I think this will be gone. I think I'll be having 3 meters of this as well when we're done, for no reason whatsoever, other to look at it.
Other than just to look at it and stroke it.
Yeah, I might make myself a house coat.
Lovely with that. Buy 3 meters now, and I'll make you a house coat in the hour.
Do you know what I would look like though in a house coat? I think I'd look like a school caretaker. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. A slightly odd school caretaker with cupcakes. Yeah, let's swap places.
A very edible one.
Let's swap places and change subjects, shall we?
So here we have it. Here we have our framed.
Oh, it's nice and warm here now.
I know, yeah. And look how clean that looks.
Brilliant.
But like I say, it looks, when you first look at that, you go, oh, that looks complicated.
No, but I love the fact.
Isn't.
I love the fact that this is just like a photo frame. So you can use your feature fabric, but you might take the inspiration from this project and think, actually, I've just thought now of, you know, there are these services, these individual services where you can have a photo transferred onto fabric and all the rest of it.
We've got a threads fabric that you can do, that you can print it at home. So buy your threads fabric,
there you go.
Get the family portrait on. What about the placemat is your face?
See? Yeah.
This is Derek's, this is Jenny's.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
This is the dog's. Get some eau de coat, put a picture of a dog, eau de coat it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Fabulous.
You know what you need to do. So let me just flip that over for you so you can see that, because I've already gone ahead and pressed those seams already. All I did then was just cleanly press the outside. Look how clean that looks.
Beautiful.
I'm quite impressed with that.
Yeah, very proud of that. You should be.
I am very proud of that. So the going back to what you said, you could get a different colour wave.
Yeah.
Do exactly the same. And then you're going to do what I'm going to show you now. So you could just repeat that process. So you've got a two-tone placement.
And then you'd have two fronts, back to
two
back.
backs.
Fantastic.
So once we've done that, I'm going to bring that back because I need the right side facing up. So now it's about attaching the back. Okay, so whichever way you're going to do it, whether it's going to be the plain back, what I had a thought of, if you went with some more bold fabric, the solid fabric, and then you could applique your coffee or your cupcake, you could applique it onto the purple. That would look really nice as well.
Yes, take little elements of that.
Just do some fussy
and
cuttings.
Then dot them around.
Maybe this little teacup here, cut that out and then put it on some applique for the back, rather than going with a bold fabric.
Look at what we've started.
Well, there's so many to choose from. It is just like a little party happening, isn't it?
It's great.
Okay, so to do the back, it's very, very simple. So I've gone ahead and interfaced this. Okay, so one, it just gives you a bit of protection on your tables. But it's more about structure. You want your table mat to lie flat, don't you? You don't want it all scrunched up. So I have interfaced that side. Now, obviously, this is directional fabric, so I've got that cupcakes facing me now, and I'm making sure that this one is facing me the same way. So I'm going to put right sides together.
Which is difficult, a little difficult for you to see, because I think you're seeing it upside down to the way we're seeing it, but just making sure everything's facing in the same direction.
The same direction.
Yeah,
okay,
perfect.
so right sides together. So all I'm going to be doing now is summing around those four edges, but it's really important that you leave a gap. If you haven't got a gap, you can't turn it out like a pillowcase.
No, that's the magic,
so it's really, really important. And another tip for me would be never start your gap at a corner. Always start at midpoint. So start here, go all the way around, and then stop there. Don't stop and start here, because then you'll have all beautiful corners here, but then a really funny corner over there. Okay, because you're going to need to hand sew that section. So always leave a gap in either length. The longest one's probably the best one. A nice decent sized gap.
And that's the same kind of principle if you're stuffing something, and as well, isn't it?
Always try to go for a straight edge. Okay, so I'm just popping some pins in the corners.
Now, if you wanted, talking of stuffing, if you wanted these to be a bit more substantial, then you could use
a bit more heavyweight.
Yeah, you could use a different kind of.
So if you're going to be popping, I don't know, like, if you're having a big Sunday lunch and you have your vegetables out rather than serving them on a plate, then you could get better. You could get thicker fusibles. So wadding or batting would be good to use.
And if you were creating the placemats and then that led you to I'm going to make a pot stand for the middle or whatever it may be, then something a little bit more.
Just a bit more wadded. You can get heat insulation ones as well. There's lots and lots of choice out there. Different, and again, it's all down to personal preference. I think this will be enough on my table, but then I haven't got a very expensive table, so it's entirely up to you what kind of wedding you. But this is good for purpose on this one. So I'm just going to go and sew that together now.
Well, I'm going to show you the pattern, if that's all right, while that's happening right now. Because it just shows you just the breadth of what you can do, which I think is fantastic. From one pattern at £7.95, the inspiration that has started is amazing. And of course, we're just seeing the placemats here, and Jen's made one of the napkins as well. But look, table runner. You've got designs for a bowl there as well, like a rose kind of bowl. And of course your place settings as well. Lots and lots of different ways to do it. How brilliant would this be? Because I don't know about you, and I don't know whether I should confess this or not, but I tend to do what a lot of people do, which is to go to that store, I'm not naming names, but I'm just following the arrows. I'm following the arrows. Where's the way out? I can't get out of here. I'm lost.
It's a mime.
And I tend to buy, a pack of those things, and I'm not knocking them at all, because we've all done it, we've all been there, but it's just so easy to do. Everyone else has done it. You've got a label on every one which tells you exactly where they came from. Nothing wrong with that either necessarily, but the first time they go in the wash and they come out again, then they sort of...
crumble.
Well, they just curl up for fun, don't they? And actually, here, you've got something which looks really, really smart, looks very, very different, and no one who comes to tea or to dinner will ever go, oh yeah, I got some of those the other day. I got those. Or yeah, I got a pack of 20 the other day. You know what? This gives you a bit of an edge. And I think if you are a small business, if you are a B&B or a hotel or a coffee shop or a cake shop or whatever it may be, just something like this. I went to a beautiful little coffee shop in Whitby over the weekend.
Oh, nice.
Lovely Whitby. And they'd handmade their menus with little pearls on the covers and all sorts. And they had little chalkboard messages all over the place telling you about this, that and the other that they did. And I just thought, how sweet. I'll come back here again because, the owners have put some thought and some care and some attention into what they're doing. And I think we like that authentic experience these days, don't we?
Absolutely. You've just given me an idea talking about independent businesses. With the Threads printable fabrics, you could print your menu onto the fabric. Put it onto the placemat so that your placemat is the menu.
That's ace. That's ace.
Do you think that's a good idea?
Love that. I think it's a brilliant idea. And of course, that would change seasonally as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think that'd be lovely. And then if you eau-de coat the fabric, then you can wipe them off when they get messy.
Yes, keeps them nice and protected, doesn't it?
You wouldn't need to do both sides, just the menu side.
I must admit, I watched with fascination an eau-de coat show.
Did
and
you?
I have to say, it was one of those things.
It's a crazy product, isn't it? But it works.
Yeah.
It really does work. I'm eau-de-coating everything. It's ridiculous.
That's the thing, isn't it? That you'll just need thousands of them.
Tubs and tubs
yeah,
and tubs
absolutely.
Of it.
I'm eau-de-coating everything.
So all I did, guys, while we were talking, literally just trimmed down my edges and made sure I cut the corners off so I've got nice pointed corners, okay? So I've just removed the bulk in those areas.
Okay.
So nothing new there. So this is where you're just pulling out your... it's just a pillowcase, isn't it, really?
Love it.
Just a pillowcase. So this
Stop with the ideas.
Stop with the ideas.
We had so many ideas this hour.
So I'm just poking that through. So I need... we call it Derek the Dobber.
Oh!
Derek the Dobber.
Oh! Hang on, how many other Dereks have ever been around this place before?
So I'm just pointing my corners out. So it's important that you do this before you press. And you've probably noticed that in this project, we really have been doing a lot of pressing. So it is, with dressmaking, it's the same, but I tend to skip those because of time.
Well, I'm glad I'm always useful for every show.
You're always here. You're always there in our hearts.
I'm a dobber, but very useful. There you go. That's all you can wish for in life, isn't it, really?
So I'm just going to give that a nice press now.
I'm going to show you the pattern details again because I love this. And again, I mean, so much inspiration starts from this one pattern at £7.95. Remember, you can use it again and again and again. Of course, that's the joy of a pattern. I know, I'm preaching to the converted here, but the joy of having the pattern once means that you can adapt it and you can use it for so many different projects as well. It's superb. And I think... thanks to this lady here, you'll start with the designs that are on here and you'll think, oh, while I'm here, I could just do, now I've just had an idea for, and you'll be making your pinny, your house coat, your pan
pot holder.
Yeah, pot holders and
your
all
kettle,
sorts.
what are they called?
Kettle cozy.
Kettle cozies.
Do you have a kettle cozy?
I have a coffee cozy.
Oh, do you?
You know what, your plunger?
Oh, for the cafetiere.
Oh, sorry, that's the posh word for it, isn't it? The plunger.
Yes.
Okay, so I've just pressed my corners, so it's really important if I just bring the iron out of the way so you can see what I'm doing.
Okay.
To make things easy
for you.
Shall I
swap places again?
No, I need the iron.
Oh, okay,
I just
she
want
needs
to show
the
you
iron.
what I'm
I'll
doing.
stay here.
You can see this area here. This is open, and obviously I'm going to need to do something with that. But before we do that, what I would do is, with your iron, get that crease in line with the rest of your mat.
Yeah.
Okay. It just makes it a lot easier when you come to do your hand sewing a little bit later. So you do want to take some time over that. So obviously your seam allowances are correct on either side of that gap. Okay, so use that as your guide, all right? So I'm just going to go and press.
Perfect. Now, while you're doing that, I won't be a second, my darling. Because we've swapped places, that's all.
I know, sorry.
I'll show you our lovely fabrics. Let's start with the grape, shall we? Let's start with our grape. This is fantastic. This is the one actually that we're using as our feature on the placemat right now. It's beautiful. First time on screen today, which is great. PCFG70, the afternoon tea grape fabric, £4.95 by the half metre, of course. We can cut any size for you by the half metre. Just give us a call, 0800 112 4433. So that's the afternoon tea grape. I can see why that's so popular because we've started something there. Let me show you the others as well very, very quickly. We've got the afternoon tea rose. I think this one is it? Hey, there you go. And it takes 3 times and it's there. Yeah, it is a little bit Wimbledon, Hannah. You're right, actually. Very, very nice indeed. Lots of strawberries and cream and lovely tea as well. Stop with the food now with you. I hope there's no food in the next hour. This is great. £4.95. Congratulations to those of you already getting yours. Snap this fabric up while you can because it is very, very nice. Nice dense fabric, nice bold prints as well. And the final afternoon tea is the Candy. Of course it's Candy. Had to be a foodie name, didn't it? Had to be. ZVFG59 is your afternoon tea candy fabric. Half metre, of course, for £4.95. We can custom cut that to any length you like. Just give us a call, 0800 112 4433. And very, very quickly, before we run out of time, it's this linen look fabric. My favourite, my star of the whole show. I will have my school caretaker's house coat made out of this, definitely NMFG 19 at £4.95. My word. Right, okay, we have 30 seconds left.
Okay.
That's it.
So all you need to know is hand stitch that. Okay, so you can do that with a ladder stitch, and I believe we've got a tutorial that you can show on that. And then the last thing that I did, I actually just went round, this is just purely for detail, I stitched what's called stitching in the ditch, which is where you stitch where the 2 fabrics meet, and I literally went all the way around the edge, and that's how, if I bring my other one in, how I got that little bit of detail. One, it keeps your placemat together, so when you're putting it in the wash, it's not going to release and get baggy. It's going to keep it in place. So it's kind of quilting, if you like, but there's nothing really in there to quilt.
I love you.
And it's just a nice little border.
I love stitching in the ditching as well. I love it. I'll see you in an hour, lovely. What are we doing in an hour?
So we're going to be doing some dressmaking. So we're going to make fabulous trousers.
Stay right with us because we are dressmaking again in about 3 minutes from now.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from The Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. The Sewing Quarter website is simple and easy to use. You can view a live broadcast of the show on our homepage. Get instant access to our online shop, which has a wide range of wonderful products for you to choose from. You can also enjoy a selection of projects and guides which we have on offer to help you enhance your skills and gain valuable tips. Watch the live shows and you can buy the product which is currently being shown on air. You can even message the studio to ask our presenters or team any questions you might have. Below, you'll find all the products from today's show for you to look at and purchase. On the right of the screen, next to today's products, you will find our simple programme guide listing all upcoming shows. So, join us today at sewingquarter.com. Join us on Wednesday the 28th of June when Angie Atwood will demonstrate some tools and techniques that will revolutionise the way you quilt. These amazing templates by Westerly let you create accurate free motion quilting designs and come highly recommended by our experts. Available in several sizes to fit a range of sewing machines, they'll help you create professional looking projects in no time. Angie will show some of the amazing things you can achieve with these handy tools and will demonstrate an array of tips and tricks on all things quilting. So join us for Quilters Tool Time, Wednesday the 28th of June at 8 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Good morning, everyone. Just gone 10 o'clock. It is Tuesday morning here at the Sewing Quarter. My name's Derek. It's lovely to have your company. I am standing in for, I'm not sure who I'm standing in for today. I think I might be Natasha today, but slightly shorter. And she will be back with you very, very soon, of course. And John will be back with you as well, I think, tomorrow? I think actually you've got John back tomorrow, which is good. But today it's Try It Tuesday, so actually quite a good day for me to be here actually, because it's well, it's that little bit of inspiration to say, yeah, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to give it a try. Now we are launching today a new sort of magazine, actually more of a booklet magazine. So it's not quite a booklet, it's not quite a magazine. In fact, I want to say bookazine, because I think that's quite a nice name for something like this. Edited by the editor of Simply Sewing, Charlie Morby, who, of course, you will all know. You'll see the magazines that we produce here at Immediate. Now, this is 101 home sewing ideas. This is fantastic, and it is full of gorgeous, gorgeous inspiration and lots of step-by-step instructions as well, which is fantastic. Lots and lots of different things. Oh, we were just in the kitchen, weren't we, in the last hour? So lots and lots of inspiration. In fact, can you imagine the wonky veg or the cupcake, making all of these kind of projects? It's all in there. So it's 101 home sewing ideas. Launched right now, right here, right now, as a premiere, EPIE 20 at just £7.95. We'll be having a deeper look into that a little bit later on, actually, because the project that we're about to do, I believe, the sewing machine cover is in here. Now, let me see if I can find it. It will be in here. It's page 88, even better, bless you. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Page 80, here it is. Here it is. Love it. And your full instructions on how to make the sewing machine cover, if I can flick pages, just a moment. I can do this. I can do this. Ta-da, have I gone the wrong way? Oh no, I've gone the right way. Lots of other different, there we go. So the step-by-step instructions. You don't have to worry about that right now, because we're going to take you through it one-to-one with Jennifer Mills in just 1 second. But let me show you the bundles that we have to make your sewing machine cover. Now, of course, everyone's sewing machine is a different size, is a different shape. It's almost like people. We're all different sizes and shapes, so we'll need to take the measurements of the machine and everything else. But let me show you the bundles that we have available for this one. Let's start with this blue one, actually. This is very, very nice. And I love this, of course. It's got the cotton reels running through it. So the feature fabric on this is cotton reels. Of course, you do get a reel of cotton with it as well as a solid fabric. This is a Lewis and Irene fabric. Lots and lots of different colours. Now, there's a metre of that in this bundle. So you get a metre of the cotton reels and a ½ metre of your solid McCall spectrum as well. Plus, you get your thread, plus there is also a bag of the polyester craft wadding as well, which is soft and washable. We're actually quilting ours to give it some lovely sort of substance and stability as well. So £19.45, DXGC93 is that one. And let's go for the second one now. That's really good, actually, isn't it? Under £20. And again, the sewing machine cover is, you know, sort of your inspiration project, if you like. But if you're looking at this cotton reels fabric and you're thinking, now I'm thinking of, and it might be an organizer for your sewing stash. It might be, you know, it might be a reel organizer, whatever it may be. So this one is your gold thread sewing machine cover bundle. So it's a metre and a half of the gold threads, sorry, a metre, I beg your pardon. A metre of the cotton reels fabric and a ½ metre of the solid, which is the bright red. We saw the bright red earlier, actually. It was with the Christmas red earlier, wasn't it? Plus your thread, of course, plus your wadding there as well. Again, same price tag, £19.45, which seems fantastic value for money. Considering how beautiful these fabrics are, I have to say, again, without a huge fabric knowledge, you can feel just how good these fabrics are, how good and solid they are, and the colours are brilliant. This is lovely. British company next for this fabric. Very, very nice indeed. It's the grey pins set. Again, it's Lewis and Irene fabric. Beautiful, that, isn't it? So a lovely sort of pinwheel of pins there, where almost like a little firework, plus the scissors as well. So you've got a metre of this fabric, plus a ½ metre of this gorgeous, gorgeous, what are we calling this orange? It's a lovely sort of soft orange, isn't it? Pumpkin. Very light pumpkin, actually. Very, very nice. And a lovely grey thread there as well. Plus the wadding, of course, at £19.45. CXGC 76. Right, now I'm going to bring my bookazine. I'm going to bring it with me. Although, Jenniffer Mills, you have your own copy already, which is fantastic. Everyone's talking about it. How are you this morning?
Great, thank you.
Good, good,
How
good.
Are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Now, if you've got a sewing machine, of course, some are long, some are tall, some are shorter, some are more entry level.
Yeah.
So everyone's going to be completely and utterly different, aren't they?
Are
the principle the same?
Yes, the measurement instructions, like measuring a body, really, are in the bookazine.
Okay.
So it's about measuring the height.
Brilliant.
And the width across the front, and then the distance over the machine from the front to the back, which is what I did, and put it all in a notebook. And because I'm a pattern maker, and because the fabric's so gorgeous, I made a paper pattern from those measurements, rather than taking it straight to this beautiful material and possibly it not being spot on. So that's what I did, based on their descriptions in this lovely book.
Let me show you. We're coming in from above to have a good little look. So it gives you obviously the inspiration all of the way through, and the different projects are in there, and step-by-step instructions, both to make the sewing machine cover, and you saw the 3D letters there, and there are lots of other projects here as well, a board, tidy, and all sorts. You've got to have one of these, definitely. I mean, for £7.95.
There's loads
101 different ideas. And of course, as we saw in the last hour as well, one idea leads to so many others, doesn't it? We were looking in the last hour at the table mats and the napkins, and that led us to house coats and all sorts going on. But we went in lots and lots of different directions. I have to say, the ability to make these, and I've seen these in real life, they've always lived in our office.
They're cute, aren't they?
Right the way through this project, getting this channel set up. And I've always loved them, and actually, very, very simple, relatively, and easy to do.
Yeah.
So here are the instructions for your sewing machine cover. So, of course, you've got everything that you need to know. And it's written by experts as well, isn't it?
Whole section on measuring and cutting, which is the starting point of any creative project, I think. And so that's what I based what I've done here on.
Oh, now somebody has asked, good question, straight away. Hello, Wendy. How many pages? 100. Now, there's 101 ideas, but there's 130 pages. which is pretty good. And it's edited by the editor of Simply Sewing, Charlie Morby, who you can see a picture of on the inside cover. So again, it is brought to you with the best of expertise as well that we have within our craft division here at Media. It's definitely worth having a copy. Sorry, right, now, let's pop that to one side for a second. And where do we begin? Let's start at the beginning.
This is the one I've made, and because there's wadding in there are different ways to do it. You could use an interlining, but I've used a wadding and I've fully lined it. I don't know whether you can pick up the detail, but inspired by the thread idea, I've quilted swirly lines that loop around. So that gives it stability, but it's also a very subtle design feature.
Okay, I'll see if I can show you from the side view, actually, while you're looking there. Can you see the quilting that goes along this end panel here? So this is lovely. I mean, because this has real depth and definition. I don't know if we can go to the other end of it as well, because at the other end, we have got lots and lots of organisation here. You've got the extra little pockets, sort of like a double pocket on the other side to keep, well, sewing machine paraphernalia, which is many and plenty, isn't it? It's feet and it's bobbins, it's
really useful to have a pocket on the side. So a little top tip.
Okay.
Because I trained as a pattern maker, I'm going to suggest this. Even though you could say it's a rectangle joining to two side pieces, to have reference points, like I mentioned earlier about notches, makes the sewing together of it so much easier. And I've rounded off my corners.
Okay.
Because I think it's a nicer shape. Some sewing machines are more boxy than others, but generally having rounded corners at the top is much nicer. So I did
it's much more elegant.
Yes, and I folded that piece in half and then cut those corners off so that when I fold it out, I know that it's a symmetrical pattern piece. So what I've done is then walk the pattern pieces together and notch them. So I'm mocking up what's going to happen with the fabric. That's a place to fold. That's going to match that. A little bit of the sleeves earlier, it's exactly the same principle. And then I just walk that pattern piece together, and then I know, before I even cut any of this lovely fabric, I know that it's all going to match.
Fantastic. And that's all about, you know, custom making it like you would if you were making a piece of clothing for yourself. It's about custom making a piece to fit your sewing machines, because there are so many sewing machines out there, aren't there?
There are. Yes. So this cover that I've made probably wouldn't fit a computerized machine the size of this. But it does fit that model.
Fantastic.
And I wanted to play around with quilting ideas because I enjoyed so much sewing those looped lines on that, and I didn't mark that at all. I just did it quite freestyle and just enjoyed sewing those shapes. With this print, because it's quite linear and these lovely pins and scissors go in rows, I decided to do two different ones so that we can look at the difference and hopefully inspire people to try different styles. So that one.
And we're bringing the details up of the bundle at the bottom. This one's called the grey pins, and I love this. It's almost like these little gorgeous pinwheels of pins, plus the needles that are crossing as well, and the scissors. It's beautiful, really nice.
So I've gone for horizontal lines on that side, and then I thought I'd see what vertical lines look on that side.
Oh, okay.
And it's quite a different effect. And the more you stitch into it, the firmer that piece becomes. So I'm going to sew.
Okay. So the stability actually is really good, because I guess actually something like that can have a tendency without structure to kind of dip and sag and...
So the more you quilt into it, the firmer it becomes.
Yeah, because a sewing machine is kind of almost toaster-shaped, isn't it, on a bigger scale?
It is, yeah.
But there are lots of gaps. You could make a toaster cover, couldn't you?
You could.
Probably best not
to.
For
a giant toaster.
Might be a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but sewing machine, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So we've got this lovely orange contrast, and they suggest in the instructions to make your pocket about halfway that depth, so you can work those measurements out. I've pre-cut this orange one, and I'm going to attach it to that. But before I do that, I'm going to do some more quilting lines. I've got the walking foot on the machine, and I've started, so this is going to be like that over our machine. It goes all the way over, and there's a side panel and a side panel.
Yes.
And I've started, based on that same idea, of sewing either side. Because what I don't want to do is cut through this beautiful design.
Yeah.
With I know it's grey thread, but still, I kind of wanted to make those pin wheels stand out more.
Yeah.
And that's what quilting can do. You can highlight certain elements of a design.
And you know what you've just inspired other people to do as well is to probably to get some of this fabric and take it in completely different directions as well, just by the fact that you've quilted the side of, you know, again, like everything, it starts with one project, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And your mind just takes you off in lots and lots of different directions.
And I'm sure many other people would come up with ideas. I'd love to see them and hear about them. Maybe quilting through the middle of the pinwheel that way. Yeah. Seeing how that looks.
Definitely.
So I'm going to...
I think what you'll do,
yeah.
Forgive me, I will shut up in just a second, I promise, is get this, because it's definitely worth having. 101 different ideas, home sewing ideas. Hot water bottle cover. We don't need it now, of course, do we? Because it's not that time of the year. Well, producer Hannah does. But yeah, she's got the aircon on, too cold in the gallery, apparently. She's warming up in there. But lots and lots and lots of different projects, an essential guide there to stitching. And also, right towards the end, you have got, let's see... Look at that. I mean, there's lots and lots of different ideas and methods. Deck chair stripes. Love that. And actually, there's a little glossary of... Let me see if I can find it. There's a little glossary of terms, isn't there? Right the way at the back. Let's see how far we need to go back. Actually, templates really are handy there as well, which is very, very good indeed. Let's see if I can find that little glossary. Yeah. Things like needle sizes... there's fabric terminology there, seam allowances, right and wrong sides, all of that kind of thing. Little difficult to see, I know, on camera, but that's more of a reason to actually have a copy of this as well. 130 pages, 101 different ideas, and I have to say, I'll have to stop showing you that because half of them have gone already. So make sure that you are super, super quick. It's £7.95. As a reference library, rather than thinking, right, OK, well, I could go out into any number of shops and I could buy this big, thick, hardback book. And I think sometimes if you go straight to a big, thick hardback for something that you're just starting or getting into, you kind of think, no, too daunting. So that goes straight back onto the bookshelf, doesn't it? So we've all done it, whether it's cooking or crafting or whatever it might be. If the book's too big to start with, you think, OK, one day. If it's manageable like this...
And it's beautifully presented as well. Yeah. I love the styling. That's inspiring in itself. When you see something beautifully styled and you think, I could put that colour with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, anyone that reads Molly Makes or Simply Sewing or Today's Quilter, you just know. You know the quality of the expertise involved. Talking of which, zoop, all yours.
So I'm not going to quilt lots and lots of lines. I'm just going to demonstrate a few. And what I've done is I've used that dissolvable marker. There are many different ways to do the same technique, like I've said before. So somebody who quilts a lot would probably do it differently than I. So I've used the dissolvable ink.
You've drawn the quilting line on?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why would you draw it on? Was that for your peace of mind?
It gives me a guideline. I know there are additions you can add in terms of the feet that would be a guide, and that's another way of doing it. But for today, this is the way I'm going to do it. And I've already sewn several lines more close together. I'll fold it out in a moment, but I'll just sew this one to begin with and smooth the fabric out.
Can I ask a silly question while we're doing this?
There's no such thing as a silly question, but yeah.
Well, you haven't heard it yet. When we've drawn the line on,
yes.
How easy is it to then remove that line that you've drawn?
With a spray of water from the kettle.
That's literally it?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know... I think my question really, my head was thinking, am I going to have to run this through the machine to get rid of the ink?
No, you could even just dab some water on your finger and just run it down the line.
Okay, perfect. Got the detail of the marker at the bottom of the screen, by the way. I think from what I've seen in the project so far, and I know this is Let's Try Tuesday, so this is a little more entry level, I guess, for a lot of people. But actually, little tips like that for a quilting line, if you're moving into quilting, if it's the first time and you just need that extra, it is almost like, I can ride this bike, but I'll just keep the stabilisers on anyway.
Yeah. So we can see somebody who just wants to put a few lines in could just make it look like that. And even more, it just feels, it alters the stability and the movement of the fabric.
I think I've got a question for you, actually,
Great.
Jennifer. And it's not from me this time.
Ooh.
If I don't have a walking foot on my machine, am I able to do this project? Says a texter.
Yes.
Sandra. Hello, Sandra.
Yes, Sandra. I would... what did I work on yesterday and I didn't use a walking foot? Anyway, I didn't use a walking foot for this. I used my regular straight stitch machine foot, which I'm going to swap over onto that one in a moment, for those swirly lines. And I didn't find I had any puckering at all. A lot of it is to do with the way you handle the fabric as it goes under the foot and also basting it in place. And you will get a certain amount of movement with the wadding, but don't worry about it because it's kind of spun. So you can see there how that doesn't match. It might have been cut to match that from the original pattern piece, but we can just trim that off. It's fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so
brilliant.
Go for it, I would say.
Thank you, Sandra. Any other questions that you've got, please do send them through. It's studio@sewingquarter.com, or if you're watching us live on the web, there's a little box, I think, underneath which says message the studio. Pop your message into that and pop it straight through to us. Now, I've got the grey pins bundle that we're using right now. Oh, that's it. Right, we can go home now. Sold out, gone. That's it. Come on, let's go. No, that's it. It's sold out and gone. In terms of our book, or what we're calling a bookazine, actually, because it's not a book and it's not a magazine. It's it's a halfway house between the two. 101 home sewing ideas, which is full of inspiration, including the project that we are doing right now, which is on... Hang on, I'm going to find it. Page 88, nearly there. 85 is there. So we'll be there. There is the project that we are working on right now. £7.95. I have to say, we're approaching 2/3 of the entire stock of that sold out and gone. If you do have it in your web basket, can I ask, please, check it out. Jill at till number 6 is waiting for you right now. That's what I always say. I don't like to nag about baskets. Anyway, talking of nagging, zoop, time for me to shut up again.
So I hope what I've demonstrated in terms of quilting gives people inspiration and ideas with the different distances and that sort of thing. So I'm going to move on. I've swapped it back to the regular foot, and I'm just going to sew my pocket hem at the top. So I've turned over 1 centimetre and then 2 centimetres. On the reel of thread sample that I've made, I've used a stitch that I have on my machine that's called sculpture stitch. It goes backwards and forwards. A lot of the computerised machines have it. I wanted to make more of a feature of those pocket, the top stitching and the edge. So with this one, I'm just going to sew a hem across the top, and then I'm going to top stitch it onto the side panel. And I've done a central stitch line down that pocket, but like tool tidies, you could have different measurements at different distances from each other.
Yep. Fabulous.
And I've sewn it in grey, not only because it shows up, but I quite like top stitching when it ties different elements of design together. So the grey is not only so it shows up here, but I like that.
It's quite trendy
as well,
isn't it?
From there, I love grey and orange together as well.
Grey is so trendy. Unfortunately, this particular kit sold out and gone. Unfortunately, the bundle we've got at the bottom is for the one that we've already made. Because you see they've got the grey stitching there, which just ties in really, really nicely with this particular fabric. Unfortunately, which is sold out and gone. I'm not surprised, to be honest with you, because it is, of all the bundles we have tonight, the cotton reels one is maybe a little bit more traditional. We've got details at the bottom of the screen there of the gold threads bundle, which would be 1 metre of this fabric. It's a £0.5 metre of the blue solid that you see on the pockets on the end there, plus the thread, plus the wadding as well. All of that for £19.45. So again, the value, considering the quality of the materials we've got here, I think is excellent.
So there's none left. I won't be making a dress from this then. Oh, well.
Not unless we can sweet talk the buyers into a restock.
Right.
Sorry.
Oh, well. So I'm just basting that pocket on because I find putting pieces together much easier if you've got several pieces. So by the time that is attached to that, we'll have the main body of the machine cover, the wadding behind it, a pocket, the side panel and wadding. So that's quite a lot that's all going together. So the more I place things together rather than have to pin them, the easier it is. I'm just going to stitch that across the bottom. And you could embroider this side pocket as well. I think that would be really nice.
Oh, yes. Well, yes, you'd have to be a little bit... Which would you have to be a little bit careful of? Oh, Natasha and Freddie are watching this morning.
Are they? Oh. Get well, Freddie.
They're doing a Godzilla jigsaw at the moment.
Okay.
Other monsters are available. She says I'm a fab stunt double. Yeah. I don't know if there's a hole in the floor here because I'm usually a lot taller than this. Don't know what's happened. There you go. And get well soon, Freddie.
Yeah, get well soon,
it's fun
Freddie.
having those spots dabbed, isn't it? Calamine lotion everywhere. I remember the days well. I remember the days. So they're in quarantine at the moment, the pair of them. Bless them. Which is why Natasha's not here today. Oh, brilliant. Oh, Hayley wants a picture, Natasha. I'm not sure if the jigsaw or the chicken pox or whatever it may be. Drop us a little message in.
So I'm just going to sew, not with a basting stitch, but with a regular straight stitch down that central line. But you could do more lines at different intervals if you knew that you wanted certain tools in there. But for this one, it's just a central line, like I've done on my sample over there.
So you're creating mini pockets within your bigger pockets.
Yeah.
Right, okay. It sinks in eventually, you know.
Yeah, I think it would be nice to do some maybe applique or embroidery on that pocket before it gets attached. So that's the side panel with the pocket done.
Oh, now, I just need to correct something I said a wee while ago. I gave you some details for what I thought was this one. It was the wrong one that I showed you. I do apologise. So this is the details that are running across the bottom of your screen now. The cream thread sewing machine cover bundle is now right, the one at the bottom of the screen there. Apologies for any confusion. There are two different what do they call them? Cotton reel bundles, and one is slightly different. One is whiter and one is more of a sort of a dark cream.
It's like a calico colour, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And that one comes with a red solid, and this one comes with a blue solid, and it's wadding and the thread. So apologies for any confusion. I know everyone watching on the web, they know entirely because it's very, very easy to see everything that is available. My apologies.
I'm just going to trim. Inevitably, when you quilt, you end up with the wadding moving slightly. So I'm just going to trim that so that it's matching our cotton layer. And it makes it easier to see when you sew the seam allowance as well. Now, with the size of machine cover I made, I was able to line it with the same fabric. But if a machine is larger, you may need to buy one of the solid fabrics to line it with.
Okay, alrighty. Actually, so it's completely lined internally, is it?
I used every single scrap of fabric.
Fabulous. I'm going to take that off.
That was sent to me.
I am. I'm going to take that off. I want to see what's underneath for a start. There you go. Oh, yes, I must be careful, of course.
And then the binding matches the pocket.
Yes. So we've got the binding running all of the way around in the solid fabric, plus in the pockets as well.
And I've zigzagged that for extra strength and a design feature.
You see that
as
at the
well.
bottom there. Beautiful. Very, very nice indeed.
What I'm going to do is where I'll take this back out actually, where we have a straight line matching a curve, very much like a princess line bodice that I was doing yesterday. It helps if this is clipped. So I'm just going to clip within the area where it's going to go around that corner.
Hold that one for a second and just explain to everyone while we get the shots.
So we've got a rectangle being attached to another rectangle that's got curved edges at the top of it.
Okay.
And I'm going to clip just about 0.5 centimetre in this area here so that it makes it easier for me to sew it to that curve.
Okay,
and I'm going to pin it as well. Now this is where my notches come in handy because I've got the central position notched. Central position of that and the central position of the side panel. So I can match those together.
Fabulous, just doing a bit of housework. Oh, now, book, magazine, bookazine, it's like a... honestly, we are very, very close to sell out. In fact, we're approaching single figures. If everyone that has one of these in a basket right now at £7.95 checks out, then we are dangerously, dangerously low. And this is new today as well, isn't it? This is launched today, of course, from our stable of magazines. In fact, let me bring this down for a second. Edited by Charlie Morby, of course, who is editor of our Simply Sewing magazine. 101 different projects, 130 pages, including the project that we're working on right now, the sewing machine cover. That's in here too. Let me see if I can quickly find it again. It is page number 88. Where are we there? 90-something. We just need to go back just a little bit, and we will find it. Ironing board cover, very, very good, always handy to have. And there's the sewing machine cover that we're making right now with full instructions from top to toe. Oh, now hang on a second, we're about to miss some action here because this is the crucial point, isn't it? This is where we're putting the sides to the top, right?
So I've pinned the matching point, which is at the top where I've got a notch.
Okay.
And I'm going to sew those straight edges together, and then I'm going to slow down as I take that corner, and that's where I've clipped. I've clipped the straight edge, not the curved edge, and it helps the fabric flare out and take that corner.
Okay. This takes a little bit of, not wrestling, but managing, doesn't it? Because of the wadding as well.
Manipulating the fabric because we've got a lot of layers there, and I don't want anything to shift out of place. And I tend to squash the wadding down just before it goes under the foot as well.
Could you mark the wadding as well in the same way as you did on the quilting earlier, if you just wanted that extra little bit of reassurance, or would you literally just follow the guide on the machine?
I think the guide on the machine is quite a good one.
More than enough.
Yeah, that keeps dropping off the table. Yeah, okay. And if you don't feel confident pinning and stitching like this, I'd recommend basting it.
Okay.
And then you know everything's in place and you don't have any pins to think about, and you can tweak it and move it as you go and hand baste it into place.
Yes.
So this is where the clipping helps. It's enabling me to curve the straight edge around a curve. That wasn't very well described, was it? Curve a straight edge around a curve. Manipulate it so it fits.
I know what you mean.
And then what I do when I get to the end, because we've got wadding and it's not so easy to see what's going on, I'll turn it the other way out and just make sure we haven't got any puckers.
Okay. And if you have, can you deal with them individually? Or
just unpick it and go back over it.
Okay, yeah. I can't believe how quickly this morning has gone.
I know.
It's 10:30 already. How did that happen?
Gosh. Time flies when you're having fun.
Doesn't it just?
Yes, because ordinarily if I was just sewing those together, and maybe it was something like a dress that I made yesterday on the show.
Yeah.
I've only got 2 layers of cotton, and I can see what they're doing, and I can feel what they're doing. You have 2 layers of wadding, and it's a different kind of relationship that you have with the fabric. So that's why it's easier in this scenario for puckers to occur. I'm hoping they don't, but if they do, I'll just take them out. It's very noticeable how different that feels with the many lines of quilting. I think it would have been fun to do much more of the swirly thread lines on that one as well.
And it's the finishing, isn't it? Can I move you slightly this way, just so
Certainly.
over your shoulder camera behind you can just see the machine?
Okay. But the machine has to stay there. Is that right?
If we can.
Okay. I'll try and angle myself so I can see what I'm doing. Is that okay?
Is that better? Yeah. We're getting there. That's it. We've got it entirely. You know what it's like.
So what I'm aiming for is for those two bottom edges to match and not get a discrepancy at the bottom.
Okay.
Which is why those notches that I made on the pattern are so useful. Because when you're sewing up and around something, it's so easy for fabric to shift and then for you to get to the end and there's a discrepancy and a step in it.
Yeah. So that notch really is almost like a way marker almost, isn't it?
It is.
You should be here by here.
Yeah.
One should match the other.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I find that it makes the whole sewing process a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah. Is that the same if ever you are going around in any way, generally in
I use
sewing?
notches a lot. As a pattern maker as well, I tend to put a lot of notes and notches on things.
So if for safety's sake, when you're getting started, you put in twice as many, 3 times as many notches as you actually need.
Yeah.
Actually, the end result will pay off for you.
Yeah, it's thinking about the most challenging construction parts and thinking, where do I need reference points?
Yeah.
Now, I'm really happy with that. I can see a little pucker there.
Okay.
Which can you see that?
Oh, yes, yeah.
I would remove. The rest of it I'm very happy with.
You can see that over there. What we're talking about here is just one little bit
But that's just
here.
a couple of millimetres that just needs unpicking either side and smoothing out.
Fabulous.
I will come back to that and sort that out.
I might have to escape for a second.
Right.
I won't be long though, I
And
promise.
I'll sort that out in that time.
I'll let you depucker and I'll take my bookazine with me as well. Right. I've got more people with this in baskets than I have available, unfortunately, right now. So I'm going to have to take all of the details away. I'm going to have to put this on my shelf over here because it technically sold out and gone. So congratulations if you've got it. I'm sure, with us being a magazine company and everything, I'm sure we can probably do a reprint into the future. How long that will take is another matter, but well done and congratulations. Remember, the Sewing Machine cover project is in that bundle as well. Talking of bundles, we'll get everything the right way around this time around for you. We will start off with, this is the lighter one of the two. This is the cream threads bundle. So again, you've got the cotton reels fabric, of which you'll have 1 metre of that. You've got a ½ metre of the cornflower blue, plus of course the Gutermann thread as well in that bundle. £19.45, plus your wadding as well, which is brilliant, which is around about 40 by 40 inches, which is brilliant. So I'm guessing that actually you'll have quite a lot left over if you're making your sewing machine cover. I still want to say washing machine cover, but I'm not sure you have enough fabric for a washing machine. Sewing machine, yes. Washing machine, no. Let me show you the other bundle that we have here as well. If you do have a slightly larger machine, you might need some more of the Spectrum solids, of course, which we can cut to custom length by the ½ metre for you. Just give our team a call, or of course have a little look on the website at sewingquarter.com. Right, we've got the gold thread, so it's a slightly sort of creamier colour on the feature fabric here with the cotton reels in it. It comes with the bright red ½ metre of the McCall solid, of course, the Spectrum solid, plus the Gutermann thread there for you as well. £19.45, plus the wadding as well, which is fabulous. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh, right, so we've got a picture of Natasha's Freddie, who's doing his puzzle right now. We're just going to bring it up in just a second, because you know he's in quarantine at the moment, bless him, which is why Natasha is looking after him, because he's got chicken pox, bless him. We all remember. And there he is, and they're all watching the Sewing Quarter as well whilst doing it. I tell you what, I like the idea of doing a puzzle like that. Takes you back, doesn't it? Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Yeah, it looks like the Mr. Men, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Very, very good. He's doing a Godzilla one at the moment as well, isn't he? Listen, I've had chicken pox. I'll come round and do puzzles as well. Sounds fantastic. That would be a nice little afternoon after a very enjoyable morning as well. Hope you're enjoying it. Lovely to have your company. My name's Derek, by the way, if we've never met. Slightly shorter than Natasha. And I think slightly shorter than John as well. I think John's back tomorrow for you. And I'm back on Thursday morning. But this has been great. I can see why people do become so inspired by the fabrics, the quality of the fabrics I have seen this morning. I mean, seriously.
I really love working with these fabrics.
Yeah, and our favourite one here, sold out. Oh, dear. Ouch.
So I'm doing the same on the other side. I've clipped the straight curves. I don't know whether, if I move out the way, is that really noticeable there, what we're doing?
Perfect.
Yeah, so that is going to match to that.
So you're following all of your notches on both sides to make sure that they match, so you get the perfect up and over.
And I've what did you call it?
Depuckered.
Depuckered. Yes.
Technical term.
Yeah. And that was just a case of unpicking slightly either side, smoothing it out and restitching it. Hopefully the same won't happen on this side.
Oh, bless. Little Freddie, when he saw the picture on TV, didn't recognise himself and said to Mummy, "Who's that in our house?" Oh, bless.
So sweet.
It was definitely you, Freddie. Hard at work. Hard at work.
That's so sweet.
He'll be in this studio one day. Definitely. That's fantastic. It's quite enjoyable, this, as well, isn't it, actually? Quite therapeutic as you're going through all of the stages.
I love it. I can't imagine life without sewing. It's amazing.
It's great. Now, listen, to look after, yes, to look after you. And listen, Jenniffer, I mean, what do you have, a workroom? Do you have a separate...
Yes, I do.
Separate little
with
building?
Lots of storage.
Yeah. Something like this, I guess, because you run workshops as well, don't you?
I do.
So something like this, I guess, is quite useful because people want to bring their half-made disasters for you to put right or give them advice on.
And all the haberdashery that's associated with it as well, and all the tools, because you need different tools for different projects.
It is. It's fantastic. And there's so much space going on in here as well. I don't know if you can see the size of that sort of top section going on there. That's very, very nice indeed. So that's just the top section with a really great handle on the top, which is very, very strong. I mean, this will take a lot of weight too. And on the levels down here, you've got, and this would be great, for storing your fabric, your fat quarters, and you've got some that have got, obviously, little bit smaller pockets on them, and you've got little pots there for your cutting tools, for your cottons. You've got little dividers, so you can decide how the space inside these are divided up. They're amazing. If you want to have a more detailed look, you can go, of course, onto the website at sewingquarter.com. But again, not just for people that primarily work with fabric. I mean, you may have a number of different crafts and I hear from so many people, because, I'm here right now on the Sewing Quarter, but I also appear on our sister channel, Jewellery Maker, as well. And I hear from people so much who say, you know what, 1 minute I'm doing this, and then I put that down and I go to that. I go and do a bit of knitting, and then I come back, and then I go and do some crochet, and then I come back, and then I make cards for a month, and then I do this, and then I do that. So you probably need a fair few of those. They're very limited in stock, by the way. I've got some other storage solutions to show you in a wee while as well. So if that maybe wasn't for you, but you just need some extra bits and pieces before the end of this show, I'll show you some other storage solutions as well, because storage is important, actually, isn't it?
I think it helps with the flow of creativity if you know where everything is.
Yes, and also if you're not sort of bombarded visually with everything. I think sometimes you again, can become easily overwhelmed, can't you?
Yes, yeah, I can, definitely. Okay.
So this is the final moment.
And I pre-made a lining layer.
Okay.
So that the two will go wrong sides together, but what I'm going to do is just turn it out so we can get an idea of how it looks.
Beautiful. It's just oh, it's just such a thing, isn't it? That this fabric bundle. Well done if you did manage to get it.
Now the binding isn't bias binding; it's straight cut binding.
Okay.
So it ends up. You can see a centimetre of it, but I've cut it 4 centimetres wide.
Oh, okay.
So that's a centimetre seam allowance, centimetre that's visible that side, centimetre inside, and then another centimetre seam allowance. So it all adds up to 4 in total.
Okay, right, yeah.
But when you come to, because each machine will be different, like we said before, so I've pre-cut 4 centimetre wide in lengths.
That's
like
gorgeous
that.
in that orange, actually, isn't it? It's wonderful.
Yeah.
It looks like a tangerine.
Yes. So what I think about when I'm constructing anything is where the joins are going to be, where it doesn't leap out at you the most. And also, I don't really want joins over all those layers.
Yes.
So I thought about that when I did that. So I want it to kind of, I don't want them to leap out, but because of our width of fabric, we will need a join. So I'll pin it on, and I'll think about as we go. Like a lot of sewing, it's a case of working through it as you're going, especially if it's a one-off like this. We're just having a think. So I'll put it slightly offset, that join there, not over the top because that would be too chunky.
Okay.
And then, so I'll temporarily, I'm just working it out, that's what I'm doing at the moment. And I take it all the way around that side. I wouldn't want a joint there, for example, because that's kind of the most noticeable bit of the machine, isn't it? But we do need a joint, so.
Yeah.
And then I think another one there. So I should have another length of 4 centimetre wide fabric. And I'll pop a pin in. And I'm going to baste those layers together. I'm just working out the binding at the minute. And then I'm going to take it off. So, yeah, I think I'm happy with that. And I'll need seam allowances to consider as well. So let's go for something like that. And it doesn't matter if it's, I always try to make something like rouleau loops or binding a little bit too long, and then you can just cut off the excess.
Yeah. And this is a great principle to see step by step, actually, for so many different finishings, actually, isn't it?
So I'm going to make that a little bit too long. Better to be able to cut off a bit rather than have to add in a little bit. That would be annoying.
Well, that's another seam that you can do without, visually, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you always know, don't you? That's the thing. When you're the maker, you always remember, don't you? Whenever you go back to that piece, whatever it might be, oh, if only I hadn't. I notice it every time. Everyone else says it's lovely. And then you point out to them, yeah, but I cut this too short, and here's my extra seam.
It's just really nice to finish things well and enjoy every moment of it. So because that's quite bulky, I'm going to press those open like that.
Okay.
And press those open too. And then I'm just going to baste the two together all the way around that bottom edge. How are we doing for time?
We've got plenty of it. We've got plenty of it. I will. Do you need to do some pressing, did you say?
I need to baste around this bottom edge, but I think that's quite self-explanatory.
Let me show you some bundles then, because of course the fabric that we're seeing right now with the pinwheels and the scissors, unfortunately, has sold out and gone. Always the way, isn't it? Every time the one that we are making with is generally the first one to sell out. But we have got the cream threads bundle. Now they come in 2 different colours actually. This one gives you 1 metre of the threads fabric itself, plus a ½ metre of the cornflower blue, plus your Gutermann thread, plus your wadding as well. £19.45. DXGC93 is your order code for that one. And we've got the other bundle, which comes with the bright red solid. Again, enough to make your sewing machine cover, dependent on your sewing machine size, of course. This is the other one, the gold threads. Again, 1 metre of this fabric, slightly sort of creamier, more of like a buttermilk kind of colour. Again, with those wonderful cotton thrill threads with them. And plus, you've got your 1/2 metre of the bright red McCall Spectrum Solid as well. And your wadding and your thread there as well, £19.45. Well done to those people who got our bookazine, as we're calling it, this morning, because, of course, this... The whole method for this is actually listed. We have a YouTube thingy as well, though, don't we? A YouTube channel.
Yes.
So you can go back, when you've got your kits, you can go back to this show, today's date, and you can actually watch all of this again. And you can skip through the bits where I spoke, if you like. It's fine. Just fast forward those, like going through the ads on those shows that you watch on catch up. I shouldn't say that, should I? These days. There you go.
So I'm basting all the layers together around that bottom edge.
Okay.
Matching the seam allowances and putting a pin in to match them, and then taking the pin out before I get there. And the other thing to point out is that with this one, I've lined it with the same fabric. Like I said, I just had enough. But the two are quite separate. There are other construction methods where you could sew the backing, the wadding and the front all together, and then pipe or bind those seams, which would make it even more structured.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
There are always many ways to do something, aren't there? And that would make that seam that arcs around even more rigid.
And give it a real nice sort of definition. Yes.
With that one, I've constructed it in the same way as this, and then I've just hand sewn the two together inside so that can't come down like that.
Okay, right. And is that literally just in the corners that you would do that then, on the inside?
I did it just at the centre, at the top.
And that's
it's
all
not
it
visible
needs.
from the outside, but it just holds it in place.
Ah, okay. Oh, you know I want to take that off again and show you, don't I? I've got to do that. Hang on a second. Sorry. Don't know who that was running through my studio, but I have no idea who that was at all. Some kind of stranger just walked in and just walked past. But never mind, it's live telly, isn't it? It's what happens. It's what happens. It's our Jay. He was taking a shortcut. So if I turn this inside, well, it would be inside out. We can just see how that was secured. So this is the other way around. This is almost the wrong way around. So this is now inside out.
So that's the inside, and just there I've anchored the two together so that they're...
So that's virtually invisible, but that tiny, tiny detail just stopped, as you say, the lining fabric just from sort of, which could get caught up in your sewing machine bits and pieces as well, couldn't it, I guess? Because a lot of them have sort of little
I mean, this is streamlined, but yes, I've got one where the thread spool is at the top and there isn't a cover for it.
Yeah. So actually, the smoother that is on the inside, the better. That's good, isn't it? Very, very good. Now, there are lots and lots of people buying the bundles this morning, which is fantastic news. Could I urge you to check out your baskets, please, because it is very, very busy indeed this morning. With that, I'll pop that back on in just a second. Right. Oh, and the bookazine, unfortunately, Diane, I'm sorry, I can't show... Well, I could show you again, but it would almost be cruel now because it's sold out and gone, I'm afraid. It has completely sold out and gone.
Suddenly it makes me think of an Airstream. You know, those... I think it's the colour and the shape and the quilting.
Yeah.
That's what I saw just then.
It's very good. That's a good... do you know what? I know... Please don't hit me for saying this or scream at me. But actually, what a fantastic weekend bag that is upside down as well, isn't it? Just needs some good handles. With the quilting, you see, it's the quilting and it's the quality of your quilting that you've done that. Yes, you'd give it more stability maybe, but again, it now has another purpose. It can be repurposed when you change your machine in the future. Always thinking.
Yeah. So I'm going to join those together. I'm going to use grey thread so that I would colour match and use orange.
Yeah.
But in this instance,
but for television,
I don't want to spend time changing the thread, and also I'm still on basting length stitch, so I'm going to take it down to 2.4.
Alrighty.
And then, because it's straight grain binding, I'm just going to sew a straight line. I think we've shown previously, I've done quite a few projects where it's bias binding and you join it at an angle, but not in this instance. So, and press them open so they're nice and flat. And what I'm going to do is start, if I can remember where I thought was a good idea, I think I said offset, so that it's not over that seam and too chunky. Thinking as I go, but I want it to be that way up.
I might have to run away and leave you to this, unfortunately, because time has beaten us,
so that would be right sides together, starting there, working all the way around, and then folding over, and the pressing is quite crucial to get that centimetre. So it's a centimetre binding at the bottom, and I've zigzagged it.
Fantastic.
And then cover's finished.
I love it, and it now has 101 uses in the future as well. There you go. I've given it a legacy beyond your sewing machine as well. Jenniffer, thank you so much. When are you back with us?
Next Tuesday.
Oh,
a week
fantastic.
today.
Lovely. We will see you then. Thank you for looking after me as well.
Oh, you're welcome.
I feel like I've moved up just 1 or 2 notches beyond absolute beginner, which is lovely.
Great.
Thank you very much. Right, now listen, I have to show you some premiere storage because we've had lots and lots and lots of requests actually since I showed you the great big storage, which is this one here. You want to see more and more and more, and I did mention that there would be more beyond that one, so I'm going to leave that one there for a second and show you some other options. And it's funny because the make here is creative options too. These are just great. Of course, invaluable for your storage, whether it be your fabric or your threads or your fat quarters, whatever it may be. These have sort of 101 different uses completely and utterly, don't they? The great thing is you've got there, as you can see, 4 long channels in this one here at the top. But you've got your side dividers, so the ones that go across, and you can decide which ones to use or not, as the case may be. And that would give you many, many different pockets indeed there. So NZGQ58 is this one. It's the ProLatch Album and Craft Tub in clear organiser plastic storage. My word, that's a mouthful, isn't it? Lots going on in there at £15.95. Which one should we show you next? Should we show you purple one? Yes, a little bit bigger. I haven't had time to bring on all of the details, unfortunately, for you. Now, this one is a big open one, which is fantastic. So if you've got all those gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics, very, very easy to... And I guess what you can do is get several of these, if you wanted to, of the same size. Let's just check out. I think... Oh, that's bigger, I think, actually. Let's see if I can find one that's roughly the same size. I think they will stack on top of each other as well. So if you get the same size, they will stack. A bit like your kitchen stacker organisers as well, which is really, really good. We're going to get the details, by the way, of all of these and all of these, plus, of course, your big, big storage organiser. We'll get them through on the website through this next break. So we will come back and revisit them in the next hour as well. But you know, getting the graphics in is the only way we can bring them all available. So we'll do all of that during this 3 minutes break. And then I'm back with gorgeous Jenniffer Taylor and another fab project straight after this.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do a slip stitch, which is basically a hemming stitch that is almost invisible on both the right and the wrong sides of the fabric. So I'm going to go in through my layers here, through the single hem. I'm going to leave a tail before doing my double stitch here. So I'm just going to go through 1, twice there. That's giving me my double stitch or locking stitch, ready to then do my slip stitch. Okay, so first of all, you need to take the smallest amount of fabric. So you want at least 1 or 2 pieces of thread in the fabric before then going into the fold of your single hem. And you're going to run your needle through that fold before pulling it out. And then again, couple of stitches. Bearing in mind I'm using a really big needle here because I'm using an embroidery thread, but you get the idea where you're just catching your material there before again placing your needle in through the fold of your single hem. So you want to keep these as even as possible. So I'm just doing my last stitch now. So here you can see that you can't really see the stitches from the back of the piece, so this would be the back of the trouser leg, the bit that you wouldn't see, and then from the front you should only see very small stitches, if not at all, if you're using the right needle and thread.
Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 AM and 10 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Join us on Facebook. Simply search for the Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Hello again. I can't believe it's 11 o'clock already this morning, can you? It's gone so quickly. Lovely to have your company here at the Sewing Quarter this morning. I'm Derek. I'm standing in, slightly shorter than our lovely Natasha. I have got Jenniffer Taylor with me in this hour, which is brilliant. We're going to make some fab trousers for you in just a second. They're really nice, actually. Very much sort of a summer style, almost like a... do we call it like a culotte style, I guess, actually? It's almost like that 3/4 length leg. We'll have a little look, shall we? They are here. There they are. Do we call them a culotte? What do we call them? A nice summer trouser.
I've made them into a culotte, but they also do a full length as well. So there's 2 sizes.
Ah, right. Okay, so you can have culotte or you can have full length. And you can have that very fabric that you saw there in just a second. So we'll see the pattern and indeed the fabric. So we start with the fabrics then, shall we? Yes, I think so. We've got loads and loads of different fabrics, actually. Let's start with this one, shall we? Oh, yum. Amy Butler, distinctive fabric, of course. And it's called Oh Dear. Oh dear. Hang on. Where's the deer?
There it is.
There it is. Hang on, it's upside down. Sorry, Richard. I'm going to have to go the other way around. Right. There we go. Oh dear. There it is. Lovely. Beautiful fabric, isn't it? An amazing colour. Gorgeous soft coral. Wonderful sort of creamy backdrop to it. And £6.95. Remember, you can buy this by the half metre. Call us now on 0800 112 4433. Now, to make the trousers, do we know how many metres we need? We will have a look at that in just a second when we look at the pattern. So let's move on through our fabrics. We have so many fabrics to show you this morning. The third one will be the one that we've actually made in, by the way. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this. This is delicious. This one I think is called Distant Dreams, but I'm afraid it's going to be a distant memory for a moment because I can't show you the details for that one. We'll come back to that one. Let's move straight on to the one that we've actually made with. And I'm going to lose my fabrics in a minute, I just know it. But this is lovely. Nice geometric pattern. Gorgeous, almost like a slightly sort of Aztec-y looking fabric. Beautiful. Very nice. Very, very eye-catching. This is the Amy Butler Town Centre fabric in Crush from Violet range in the half metre there at £6.95. I love this fabric, I have to say, it's brilliant. And actually it's probably best seen from further away than close up, and not because of the fabric's gorgeous, but actually you get more of its effect actually if you enjoy it from a distance. That is delicious, isn't it? HMRW06, and of course you can buy that by the half metre for just £6.95. Right, let's move on. Yum, 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 yum. Love this, love the colours in this. Teal blues, gorgeous, gorgeous greens and golds and sort of amber tones to this one as well. That is delicious. I want a room where the walls are covered in this.
Matches your shirt.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I see I did arrive in Sewing Quarter colours this morning. NDRW 25, it's the Joel Dewberry Grace fabric in mint. And that's from the Atrium range as well. Again, available in the half metre for you as well. Delicious. Right, where have we got to? Blimey, there's a lots of them. Joel Dewberry Bazaar now. And this is lovely. Gorgeous, gorgeous, rich, deep tone. It's the Lichen from the Flora range. Half metre of that for £6.95. That, again, is very, very delicious, isn't it? Again, I do... Definitely, sorry, indulge me for a second. I definitely want, I'm going to size up my walls. Yeah, definitely. That kind of works, doesn't it? That's beautiful. Right, okay, 3 more to go and then we can go and make. Wow. This is very, very trendy, actually. Very, very nice. It's almost like sort of feathers, isn't it? Almost like peacock feathers. Gorgeous. Again, Amy Butler again. Feather fans. In cherry from the Bright Heart range. £6.95 for your half metre. That is delicious, isn't it? There's almost like wispy clouds in there, lovely deep rich pinks and salmons and all sorts going on. Right, let's move on to your solids then, shall we? Oh, this is nice. Again, like a deep rich denim. I love buying denim in this kind of tone. It's beautiful. It's lovely. It's linen texture fabric, slightly lighter than the linen texture fabric that we had earlier when we were looking at our kitchen range. This is lovely. Half a metre at £4.95. Very, very nice indeed. Love the tone. Even the wrong side is right, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? There's a really nice look and a really nice sort of texture to the back of that solid. And one more, and then I promise we can go and make, which is brilliant. Right, this time, yum, 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 yum. Yes, it's a firm promise, absolutely. This is nice, isn't it? Like a lovely sort of silver, beautiful steel grey, we're calling this one. And again, it's McCall. And that's beautiful. It's like a sort of mild look slightly, isn't it? It's a linen texture, again, but a nice sort of weight of fabric without being too weighty. This would be fantastic, actually, for making these trousers because, again, it's just a little bit lighter. It's got that lovely sort of silvery sheen to it. And, again, by the half metre, and we can cut into any lengths that you like from the half metre up, remember, £4.95. GMMY 52. Marvellous. Right, let's have a look at the trousers that we are making. Can't wait to get started making them. Here they are. Now, you can have them either as you're seeing them there, which is slightly shorter, sort of like a culotte style, or you can have them full length if you want to as well. Right. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Here she is. She's back again.
Back again.
Hello, darling.
Trouble's back.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll have a look at the pattern, shall we, for these trousers, because they are very, very nice, actually. I like the style, actually. Little bit flared at the bottom, if you want them to be. Now, here are the details for this small, because these come in size ranges from 4 to 26. 4, that's good to go down to a 4, isn't it, actually?
Well, it's different.
Very good.
With dressmaking, it's not the same as your high streets. So
right.
If you're a size 12, that doesn't mean you're a size 12 in a pattern. So you notice that there is a bust, hip and waist. Obviously, we don't need to worry about the bust. So it'd just be the waist and the hip that we're looking at. So you need to take those measurements first and then find out what your appropriate size would be. So I think for me, I'm actually more of a large. For my wear, normally I would come up as a medium in a high street, for instance. So it's always important that you check that. And if you are the biggest size, the biggest XXL size, and you want to make the full length trouser, you need, I think it's like 3.8, but because we've got, some of them have got print, I'd go with the 4 meters.
Okay. Brilliant. And give us a call to order that as well. So if you're wanting that, you know, anything more than sort of 2 or 3 meters of a particular fabric, always call us, because then we can make sure that your piece of fabric is as one length. So give us a call, 0800 112 4433. So here's the details for the pattern. So many details all over the place, isn't it? Here's the pattern details for the larger sizes, so ranging from a 16 to a 26. But again, take note of what Jen said about not necessarily following high street sizes and not instantly going, well, I'm a size 10, so I'll just go for a 10, because it might be don't Of course, do your own measurements first.
Yes,
anyway.
Definitely. Yes, absolutely.
Most people pretty much know, don't they? Yeah.
Okay,
fantastic.
So the great thing about this pattern is, as you can see from the front, you've got a couple of options. So instantly, obviously, with it being the summer, everyone's getting ready for their holly bobs.
Yeah.
This is what we thought. So this is why we went with the Amy. The fabric here was it City? I can't think what it was called now. But the Amy Butler fabric.
Yeah.
And what's great about this pattern, it comes in 2 different ways. So the example that I've made comes with this kind of, almost like a fisherman's style. You can see more on the option C because of the contrasting leg there, where it's got this wrap that goes around the front of the body. Or you can just come out with a normal standard trouser with a pocket. It's obviously got to have a pocket. I love a pocket. So you've got a couple of options in there. And also you've got the length option. So you've got the full length trouser, which you can see in our option here, which is option B. Or you've got the sort of culotte version, which is what I made mine in with the Amy Butler sample. So yeah,
it's great. I think the fabric we were looking at was it Town Centre? Did you say, Hannah? Yeah, Town Centre.
So that I've purposely done that on a culotte size. I'm all over the culottes at the moment. They're very on trend, and especially with that sort of fisherman style, very Japanese-esque fisherman style trouser there. But it's just really, really flattering against the tummy, I think, with that sash. So
and again, I know bringing fashion elsewhere. Yes, I do know a little bit about fashion. You know, elsewhere actually having that elasticated waistband.
On holiday.
It's for everyone, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. You can have that big night out or whatever it may be.
All inclusives. The trousers grow with you. It's what you need.
Yeah, and for the cruise holidays as well. You know, it's like every day is a calorie fest, isn't it? But it's quite nice to just have that breathing space, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're going to hot countries, you don't want to be stifled by your trousers. So yeah,
because you swell in the heat as well, don't you? Know?
Yes.
So apart from the big dinner, you swell during the day anyway. It's like, crikey.
Well, I noticed that when if it gets too hot, I have to take my rings off because my hands swell up.
Sausage fingers, I get them all the time. I think it's because I'm so close to the ground for me, but there you go. Anyway,
we digress. So you've got a couple of options there, basically. So I wanted to go those through there, as well as different sizes. So yeah, definitely one. And again, on the pattern, you've got your information at the top here, where you take your relevant bust, waist, or hip. In this case, because you're making trousers, just take your waist and hip measurement, and then find out what pattern size you need. Okay, because that's really important. So don't just go diving in with a size 12 or whatever. Okay. Right then, so
fabulous.
We're going to dive into the pattern. So there was a question, I'm sure it was on Sewing Quarters page, if not it was on my page, about adjusting patterns and how do we do that. So a lady came to me and mentioned, I've forgotten your name, so I do apologise, that she's got quite a high waist. So you've got your natural waist, and you've got where you wear your trousers, and they're kind of like two different things.
Yeah.
And you'll probably find, especially with dresses, ladies, if your dress kind of wants to wriggle a lot and you feel like you're pulling it down loads, it's because the waist on your garment and your waist are two different things, and it'll either be lower or higher than the garment. So you need to be able to adjust that accordingly. And just as you do with skirts, you also find that with trousers. So before I take the pattern off, I just wanted to show you where you need to be looking, okay? So this is the front pattern. I'm just going to go with the straight trouser today because there's a lot of fabric when you do the wrap, so I just thought it'd be easy to break down the pattern by just doing the trouser. But the make is pretty much exactly the same, but just that you flip it at one point, but otherwise it's a very simple make. This is the front. You can see it's the front because it's telling me it's the front. It's got pattern piece number 1, so all the pattern pieces have numbers, so you know that you're not missing anything. You've got all your normal notches, so you can see they've got a notch over here, a notch there. You've got an indication of where your waistline is going to be, okay, with that section there. You can tell that's the centre front. And then you've got this little bit here, which is the circle with the cross in, okay. Now that's actually your hip. That's where your hip needs to be on that pattern. So next to that, you can see here we've got L, XL and XXL, and you've also got a couple of measurements. Now these measurements, if I just bring that in, are very different to the ones on the packet. So if I can bring the packet in here. So if we look at the XL and go across to the hip, it's telling me that it's 40 to 42 inches.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to show that to another camera just for a second. So which were you talking us through?
So on here, you've got your hip. Okay.
Yeah.
And somewhere along the bottom, it's telling you what the hip measurement is. So it's 40 to 42 inches. So that's your actual hip. So you've got your tape measure, you've wrapped it around your hips, which is the fullest part of your bottom. And then you can see exactly what your measurement is. Okay. But then if we come to the pattern, so if I bring you back down to here, you might need to come in a little bit closer. The measurement here for the large, remember we were 40 and 40...
42.
42.
Yeah.
Whereas on here, on the pattern, it says 46.
Yeah.
And it's also giving you what that would be in centimetres. So in this case, it's 117. So it's a different size, isn't it?
Yes.
So what it's saying is you've got roughly around 6 to 4 inches difference between the hip measurement and the garment measurement, and that's called ease. Okay. So it might be that you wanted a more tighter fitting garment. So even though you've looked at your garment and gone XXL, when you look at your pattern, you might go, actually, I could afford to go down to the large on that because there's quite a lot of ease in that garment.
Okay, right. Okay? Yeah.
So it's always worth having a look on your paper patterns for this little bit of information. And you can see that's where the hip is because you've got the circle with the cross in. And then you've got the information here. So at the finished garment size, when you've made it, is going to be, in the large, 46 inches around that hip area. So going back to this waist problem that we had where, you know, trousers are falling down or riding up or whatever. Yeah. It's the distance between the waist and the hip. Okay, that's what we're talking about, the waist and the hip distance. Okay. So obviously, when you're at home, you need to get your waist. So these are the parts that we're talking about. So there's the waist and the hip here. So what you need to do, you can see this double line, this parallel line here where it's saying lengthen or shorten. It's this section that you need to be cutting and moving up and down accordingly to lengthen or shorten the distance between the waist and the hip line. And if you can do that, then that should solve your problem, basically. That will solve your riding up of your dress or your riding down of your trousers, okay? So you need to take 2 measurements.
Okay.
So those measurements are obviously the waist. So what is your waistline? So where your waist is, if I come back a little bit, so where your waist is and where your hip is, and then from the side, take your tape measure and measure that distance, okay? So once you've got that on you, take it to your pattern, do exactly the same thing from the waist to the hip. What's that measurement? And if there's a 1 inch difference or it's too short by 1 inch, that's when you cut and move that pattern by that difference. And that will fix your problem. So I hope that's answered the question.
Yes.
That was quite in-depth, wasn't it, that one?
That does make sense. That really does make sense. I'd never thought about that, actually, the difference between where your trousers naturally sit and where your waist actually is.
Yeah.
That's
clever, isn't
it?
But it's all, this is what makes dressmaking so special, because you're not having to try and mould your body into something that isn't real in the clothes. So I'm a true believer that the clothes should fit you, not you fit the clothes. And with dressmaking, you can make those adjustments so that things can fit you properly and that you're not struggling and fighting with your clothes because they keep riding up and down. So these are all, on the pattern there's little keys there. So that's the one for the waist and the hip problem. That was a question on Facebook. And then you've got other sections here, which is the lengthening and shortening of the leg. Okay, so if I just bring you down a little bit, so let's move that pin. Oh, and that one as well. So I've decided to go with the culotte on this one again, just so it's easy to do the demonstration. You can see it's saying cut here for your culotte version. So cut here for your culotte version. But again, we've got this double parallel line here, and it says to lengthen and shorten here. So again, taking your hip to leg measurement, you can get, I struggle with the length of trousers. They're always too short. You can lengthen and shorten your trouser legs. So it's exactly the same process whether you're doing a waist adjustment or a leg adjustment. So these are the parts that you need to be looking for on your pattern.
Do you know, this is really good. Excuse me. And I'm thinking on my mum's behalf here, actually, and she has a disability which means that she walks slightly to one side because she has cerebral palsy on one side. So that affects one foot. So one foot is slightly higher than the other. And actually, she does struggle with trousers, actually. Could you, to the same tack, if you needed one side of the waist to be slightly higher than the other, could you adjust your pattern that way as well, almost sideways as well? Because if you naturally walk to one side... But
you still want that clean look on the legs.
Yeah, if you want it to have a balanced look all the way through.
Well, it's absolutely everything. It can be changed and manipulated. So a really good one would be shoulders, sloping shoulders. You know, and that you've got this excess fabric because you know your shoulders come down. Everything can be adjusted to fit to you, and it's just being able to break down the pattern and not being scared of it, and looking for those areas. Because it's telling you where you need to do it. You just need to look for them. And everyone always goes, what is that circle with the cross in it? What is it? And that's just a reference point. So it might be a bust point, it might be a waist point, it might be a hip point. But that circle with a cross is telling you this is the point of reference. That's where you need to be looking, and any adjustments go from there.
And it's those initial measurements that you take. They're the key ones, aren't they?
Absolutely.
The ones.
Always take a measurement. Don't guess, take a measurement, and then get the right pattern.
All righty.
All right, so that was overload, wasn't it?
Just before you start, Penny in Devon said, wow, thank you so much for many great tips and advice. So very useful.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I hope it solves all your fitting problems. Brilliant. Okay, so now we're going to crack on with the trousers. Okay, so I have cut two out. So you can see there's the bottom one and there's the top one. So we're all ready to go. So I'm going to move the one out of the way. Just concentrate on the one leg.
Let me just very, very quickly show you the ones that we are making just in full, because obviously this is the end goal. This is where we're heading towards. You've got the pattern details there on the screen for you, but that's where we're heading to in this gorgeous, gorgeous town centre. It's an Amy Butler fabric there, which is just delicious. Really, really nice indeed. Right, okay. Let's get started then, shall we?
Okay. So
they are Hannah's legs, by the way.
They are. Yeah. She was so excited. She goes, "Oh, you need a model? I'll do it." When I was making these trousers, I was like, "These are so Hannah." Straight away, I knew these were going to be Hannah trousers.
She loves them. They're so going home with Hannah today.
I know
definitely.
They are. They're not going to be in the studio for long.
Yeah, we're just going to have to price those up with Jenniffer's time as well.
Of course.
You know, and it's an Amy Butler fabric, and you know, we'll get you a good price, Hannah. Don't worry.
Okay, so in the pattern, the McCalls, they're a great pattern. Their instructions are really lovely, nice and clear. You can see that you've got your different variations there, what kind of pattern pieces you need to make those variations, how to lay your fabric out, which is always an important one. So you want it to be the most cost-effective way of laying that fabric out. So if I just flip that over very quickly, it's also got a few sewing terms as well. So what am I actually looking at? What the key is? What does that mean? And there's some there's a glossary. So if you don't know what a slip stitch is, it's telling you what that would be. So what I really like about these patterns is the instructions are very, very clear, and for me it's the visual. It's all about the visual. I know I can see exactly what I'm doing. So I'm on point 1 right now, where I'm going to be starting to sew the front and back together, which is pattern piece 1 and 2. Okay, and you can see that I'm sewing down the inside leg.
Okay, right.
So I'll just wait for you. So you can see there's pattern 1 and 2, and I'm sewing down the inside leg. So if I just move that pattern out of the way and now show you my fabric.
Oh, can I just quickly speak to Helen, who's just sent through a question. I'm a size 18, which pattern should I go for? The one that is on the screen right now, actually, the range 16 to 26, should be the one.
It should be the one, but again, you're saying size 18, so what does that mean? What does that mean? So get me a tape measure, measure yourself, send me it through, and I'll let you know, Teresa. So I need to know what you are in either centimetres or inches, whichever you prefer to use.
Okay, that was for Helen, actually, in Berkshire. Teresa is asking, can you remind us how much fabric we need for the larger sizes 16 to 24 full length?
For the biggest size pattern, I think it was with the longest leg, I think it was 3.8. So go with the 4 metres, and then you'll have enough for pattern matching as well.
Alrighty.
And then stick in a ½ metre because it's just lovely fabric.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of them are lookers. You know, they might not become trousers. You never know. Make sure when you're ordering your longer length that you do it just on the telephone lines, though. 0800 112 4433. Call us right now.
Okay, cool. So just going back to my paper pattern, we're putting the right sides together, which you can see I've done because you've got the bolder grey facing each other. We're going to be sewing down the inside leg. But what you've noticed here, can you see there's a difference? There's a difference in the front and the back, and that's obviously going to be accounting for your booty.
Oh,
all right.
Yes.
So they're not,
because that's a different size for everyone as well, isn't it?
So again, when you're making clothes, just make a note of these, because when you do start making clothes yourself from scratch, it's these little things that you start to notice. Oh, there's a difference there, and that will make a difference to how it looks and feels on your body. So if these two were the same, it wouldn't feel right. It would feel tighter in the back. You wouldn't be able to sit down. All of these things. So you can see that curve is a lot deeper. So it's always worth just keeping an eye on those things, and you're getting tips as you go. So all I'm going to do is go straight down that inside leg.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the 1.5 seam allowance, which again is in the pattern. So just follow the instructions, and you can't go wrong.
I was going to sing the middle then, and I thought, no.
You're going to sing what?
Stop there, Derek. I was singing like a canary. I'm delirious now, you see.
Delirious. So nice straight edge. So obviously, when you're at home, please go ahead and pin your pieces together. But you know I'm a rebel and I like to go fast. So I'm just going to do a back stitch there.
The fabric that Jennifer's using right now is on the bottom of the screen, and it's this lovely steel grey McCall solid. Beautiful, isn't it?
It is lovely.
½ metre, £4.95. And of course, if you want to make the full length, you'll need 4 metres of that. In the larger sizes, of course, so make sure you speak to the team about that. 0800 112 4433.
Great, so I've sewn that inside leg now, that's all done and dusted, so you need to repeat that on the other leg. Okay, but what I'm going to show you on this one, I'm going to show you how to just insert one pocket, because obviously you repeat that on the other leg, so we don't need to see that. So this is basically where the gusset would go, really. Okay, so that's why it looks a bit strange at the moment. So we're dealing with the front and the back of one trouser leg. Okay. It's just opened out. It's got squashed. It's got run over. Okay, so now we're going to do the pockets. So obviously I had to do pockets, obviously. So I've got my pattern pieces there. That's already cut out. I've gone ahead and done my tailor's tacks. And what they're referring to is how far you sew in, because obviously you need to get your hand into the pocket later on. Okay, but we need to attach the pockets first. So I've got 2, one for each side, back and front. And what you're going to do is put the right sides together at the top, in this case, in this pattern, at the top of the waistband and the side of the leg. Okay, so I'm just going to pop a pin in there, Now this time, we're not actually paying attention to these notches, because you're going to use these later when you come to sew the whole thing together. So at the moment, we are just securing the pocket to the fabric. Okay, so we're actually going to go in inside the seam allowance. So remember we talked about the 1.5 seam allowance. Yes. This time we're using a smaller seam allowance. So I'm actually going to use the edge of the foot as a guide. And that's just to make it, so it's going to be inside, so you're not going to see it. You're not going to take it out either. It's just inside that allowance. So I'm just going to go straight down. Stop, so that's 1.
Now, I suppose you could do this without pockets as well, couldn't you?
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to have a pocket at all.
Do you know what? Do you know what Hannah's just said?
She said
the original make that you did. She said it didn't have pockets.
It didn't have pockets.
She
wants pockets.
When we cost this up for her,
yeah,
additional premium for pockets. I think.
Well, I'll do her a deal. I'll throw the pockets in for free.
Bargain. cheap at half the price. Let's just remind you of what these look like fully made up, because they are just brilliant. They are so nice.
I'm going to sew my other leg.
Beautiful. And again, you've got there an amazing fabric as well. Remember, that's an Amy Butler fabric as well. I'll get all the details to come back through for you. It's the Town Centre fabric. It really is quite delicious, actually. Very nice indeed.
Perfect for holiday.
It's lovely, and I think it's one of those fabrics as well that's great to take on holiday, because if it gets, crumpled up in the case or whatever, it still looks good.
It does look
good. It's a very busy fabric,
Sometimes they look better when they're creased as well.
It's very true, actually, yeah. Yeah, a little bit more natural.
Textured.
Yeah, very nice.
So all I'm doing here, don't worry, I'm not doing anything new. I'm just sewing the inside of the other leg. So I'm just repeating the very first thing that we did. Just going to do a back stitch to secure. Okay, so obviously as you go, you want to do something with these seams, because if you don't, over time they'll fray, and then eventually they'll get towards the stitch line and they'll just come apart. So you can either pink them, overlock them, you can use your sewing machine and use the overcasting foot, but I would suggest before you start anything more than this, you need to do something with these seams, otherwise it's going to be very difficult later to sort them out, okay? So if we just imagine we've done that.
Yes.
The power of television, we'll imagine.
We'll wave a wand.
Wave a wand. Imagine we've done that. Okay, so now we're making, we're sewing the gussets together. Okay, so you can see that we've got a little notch here. There's one notch there. And there's another notch there, so there's two notches. Okay, can you see those? Those are our points of reference. So very much what Jenny was doing on her sewing machine cover. Yes. This is all the same. So even though a pair of trousers might seem very daunting, if you can make that sewing machine cover, you can make these pair of trousers.
Oh, fantastic. And that feels like a massive leap from one to the other.
It feels like a leap, doesn't it? But the techniques are all the same.
I get with the notches that they are just like, okay, you've got to this point, your notches should meet. You've got to this point, your notches should meet. So again, with this pattern, would you and could you, for reassurance, because this will be the first pair of trousers, for instance, I have ever made, could you put in extra notches for your own peace of mind? Or would you not?
You could, but you'd need to have a level of experience to be able to do that. You can't just put a notch in willy-willy and hope they'll come together. Because they're two pieces of...
Nilly-willy?
Nilly-willy. Because they're two pattern pieces. You know, if we bring this in, actually, that will help.
Who's Nilly-willy?
Nilly-willy. So you know how when I put the two trouser legs together and we did our side seam? Yeah. And you can see where the two notches are on there. They don't meet up, do they? So in order to make those match, you'd need to join them together, and it might not be in the right place. Okay. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. So not quite. So you could on the machine, on the sewing machine cover, yes, you could.
Because you're doing it yourself.
On a pair of trousers, different matter.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it would be different.
No, that's good to know. That's good to know.
Well, you could, but I think.
But no need.
I don't think there's any need.
They're at regular enough intervals to keep you on track.
If I bring that in for you, so I've got the top section there, which I know it goes together because that's the end of the fabric. So that part there, that. I know that fits. Yeah. Then I've got my notch, which is where that black pin is there. Okay. Then I've got my centre seam, which is where that goes underneath. So those two are meeting. Yeah. Then I come round to here, and I've got my other notch there and there, and then my final bit again, my fabric is meeting. So then what is that?
What, 5?
1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 points of reference already. Okay. Do you see what I mean? So you don't need as many as you think.
If you say 5's enough, then that's good enough for me.
I think 5 is more than enough.
Good enough for me.
So again, it's a 1.5 seam allowance, and we're just going to be sewing those pieces together all the way around. Now this is a curved edge, so do take it steady and try and make sure that you're staying with that seam allowance. So even if it means having to stop, place the needle in the fabric and lift the needle and pivot, whatever's more comfortable for you. And because obviously with this being a curved edge, you're cutting in into the fabric, which would be on the bias. So that will tend to stretch, so try not to pull it so much, okay? And again, with this being on that area, you definitely need to be doing something with your raw edges, your raw seams. So again, if that's overlocking, if you bought one the other day, get it out. Or you've got, on this machine, on the 540, which I really love, you've got your overcasting stitches here, which are up here. So number 12 specifically is quite a good one for that. Or just a simple zigzag stitch is just as good. All right, so...
Can you just point that one out again that
yeah,
you were just pointing out?
So you've got just your simple zigzag stitch, which is number 10. That would be a good one to overlock.
Yeah.
This one here, number 12, that is an overlock one there.
Okay.
And then you could even use number 32 if you wanted to as well.
Okay.
As long as it's zigzagging over those raw edges, it's doing the job.
And just a reminder, that's the Elna 540. If you want to have a look at the details, I'm doing that like I'm playing piano. I'm actually searching on the internet for an Elna 540, or I'm grabbing my very technological tablet and I'm going to search for it there at sewingquarter.com.
Right. Okay, so I've sewn, let me bring it up for you, the U section of my trousers.
Right.
Okay, so at the moment it's not looking very trousery,
It isn't looking very trousery, yes, is it? It looks a bit U-bendy at the moment.
U-bendy. But we are literally 2 stitches away from a pair of trousers.
Oh, fantastic.
All right. Okay, so this is where it does get a little bit tricky. So we need, you see our pocket pieces here, our little dog ears. These need to go together with the right sides together. Okay. So you're almost needing to turn it inside out. So if I bring that around and open it out.
Oh, you've got the little heron scissors.
I have.
That we did
yonkers
and yonkers and yonkers ago. Probably sold out and gone. Long since, I would imagine.
So there's my pocket. Here's my pocket here.
Okay.
And my pocket's over there now. Okay?
Right.
So there's one pocket. So I've literally, it's almost like a rabbit that's been run over. He's all over. He's all over the place.
Bright eyes.
Bright eyes.
Stop it now.
So now we're looking for a pocket. So here's one pocket. Here's my other pocket. So I need to bring these together.
Okay.
Okay. So there's the pocket. So I'm just popping a few pins into that area. Cool. So what you need to do now, so if I bring that flat for you, you need to sew down the pocket and then down the leg.
Oh, okay, all in one.
All in one.
Ooh. Right.
All right.
Good.
Scary, isn't it?
Following the notches as well.
Following
your
the
notches are there still as your
the
guides
notches
as well.
are there.
But the pocket, you're on your own with the pocket.
No, there's a notch on the pocket.
Oh, okay.
Well, there was a notch. There you go.
Yeah, I see.
Notch on the pocket.
Yeah, okay.
There's even notches on your pocket.
Trust me, it was there. She moves like lightning, this girl.
Thing is, when you've taken your time with your cutting, I think the one thing about this pattern is you probably take more time cutting it out than you will sewing it up.
Oh, really? That's good to know, actually, isn't it?
It's a really, really quick make. So if you are scared of trousers, I think this is a great pattern. Even if you're going to go one step further and add the sort of the wrap part of the trouser, I still think it's a fantastic beginner's project. So definitely worth digging that.
That's
one
brilliant. And that's good to know, actually, because I think for a lot of people who haven't yet tackled a project like a pair of trousers, no, not yet, I'm not ready.
I'm not ready.
But I think they will probably dread the sewing part of it, you know, more than the cutting out. But the sewing bit is actually...
The sewing part's easy. I think the
quickest.
cutting out's probably more difficult because you're obviously dealing with legs and they're quite long. So, you know, just having to get the fabric laid out, the pattern cut out. So it's a space constraint probably more so than anything. But from a sew point of view, it's a really, really simple sew.
Got another question for you.
Go on then.
From Pen. On the pattern, I have a question on the pattern. It says different materials. Will 100% cotton be okay?
Well, we've made it in 100% cotton today and it looks great.
Yeah.
So you might want to give it a little wash like I do with all fabrics anyway before we use them because, you know, they may shrink slightly.
Yes.
So make sure you give it a wash beforehand. But at least you know that they're going to be hard wearing, especially with it being 100% cotton. If you wanted something with a little bit more drape, then maybe go less in cotton and a little bit more poly. Yeah. Maybe even go with a linen. But again, these are your trousers. You can make them in anything you like. Denim might even look nice too.
Yeah.
A really lightweight denim.
Well, actually, the darker blue solid that we've got, I hasten to add, is a very nice, almost denim shade, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That would look lovely, actually.
Which is lovely. So I actually think these would be nice. You could probably, because again, like the whole way through this morning, once you've got the inspiration and you've got the confidence to make one, you won't stop at one, you'll just keep going. We've got the details of the fabric at the bottom, by the way. It's navy blue, we're calling it. I would say a dark denim, actually, at $4.95. Because what will happen is you'll take one of the Amy Butler fabrics and you'll do your flower or your more patterned sort of looks and trousers, and then you'll go, oh, actually,
I just want a plain...
I want a pair of those that look like smart jeans or, whatever it may be.
I think it'd be good for office, something a little bit more funky for office wear.
Yeah, and lighter than denim, but the same look.
Love it.
Very good. You could go for full-on denim as well, couldn't you?
Oh, was that, sorry?
You could go for full-on denim as well,
oh,
couldn't you?
Yeah.
If you wanted to.
Bit of double denim. Love it. Okay, so the last thing we need to do before we move on, remember those notches that we talked about in the side of the leg? So we just need to finish that off, okay? So there was a point there that I need to sew. So make sure that these are together. I'm just going to pop the pin through the seam line that I've stitched, like so, okay? I'm going to go back under the machine. Oh, hold on a minute. I've just made a mistake.
Have you taken a wrong turn?
Yes, because what I've just done, if I come back, I'll show you. Remember we attached the pocket to the trouser leg?
Yeah.
That seam allowance is super thin, isn't it? Because it's inside my seam allowances. So I've just gone to do my sewing in where it actually needs to be 1.5. So I need to do that again. That seam's thrown me. So that's the end. So it's good. This is how you learn. So that seam allowance was just a temporary stitch to attach my pocket. I actually needed to be doing a 1.5 seam allowance. So I need to go back under the machine.
See, there you go. No matter how practiced you are, there'll always be those moments where you'll have a good old chat with your sewing machine and say, now, why have you told me to go there?
Why have I done that? Okay, so I'm just going to go back down. That's that done. And then the same again here. Go for it.
What about, got another question from, who's this from? Jill. She wants to know, although we don't have any right now, could we do these with a jersey fabric?
Yeah, there's no reason why you couldn't. You might need to adjust the size slightly because of the stretch, potentially.
Yeah.
But it depends on how... there's a word I'm looking for and I can't think what it is. How stable your jersey is.
Yes.
So if it's a real stable where there's not much stretch, fine, go for it. If it's quite a stretchy one, then you're going to need to adjust the pattern slightly. So you could probably knock it down a few sizes, to be fair.
Right.
But again, that will make it a little bit tighter on the derriere area.
Would you need to add a bit more structure to the bottom, therefore?
The bottom? Like the hem?
On a jersey fabric, yes. Right, at the bottom. I'm down here. I'm down past the knee at the moment when I say bottom.
No, I don't think so. No, not at all.
Okay, so your normal seam allowance would keep the structure there, would it?
Yeah, absolutely. So there we have it, the trousers done.
Fantastic.
And then a pocket, obvs. It's all about the pocket. Ooh.
With pockets.
With pocket. So the only thing we've got to do now, because that looks quite wide, but bear in mind this is an elasticated trouser. Okay, so we talked about holiday.
Yeah. Breathing space.
Going up a size as you do.
Yeah, 5
all
courses for dinner, whatever it might be.
You can't say no though, can you?
Well,
you just can't say no.
Got to be done.
See, how long did that take? Not even 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Something like that. And you've got a pair of trousers in the making.
That's just so quick.
Do you see what I mean?
That's brilliant.
I think it's a fantastic beginner's pattern. And if you've never done trousers before, then you can definitely dive into this and get away with it. So go for it.
Let's just have a look at the finished make again, because it is in the Amy Butler fabric as well. We're working in one of the Spectrum solids at the moment. But I love it. Yes, and we don't need half an excuse to see Hannah's legs again, do we, really? Quite frankly, very nice indeed. That's in the Amy Butler Town Centre fabric. We're just bringing the details back up for that there, which you can buy. That's nice, in crush. That's nice, that, isn't it? Very romantic. And you need to make the largest sizes, so the most fabric that you could possibly need to make the largest size here is just under 4 metres. So we're saying go for 4 metres if you want the largest size and the full length as well. I'll show you the pattern details again. And do remember, as Jen said right at the beginning, if you haven't been with us right from the start of this hour, do remember that actually size 10 doesn't necessarily mean size 10 in the way you cut the pattern. For the reason, again, that...
They're just different sizes. Apples and pears, ladies and gentlemen. They are two different things. It could be A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's just a grading system, and it's not the same as your commercial high street patterns, okay? So they are two different things. And I think that's one of the biggest stumbling blocks when it comes to dressmaking, because no one's ever told them that. So they go diving into all excited in the pattern section, go and grab their size, and then go, oh, it doesn't fit, or it's too big, or it's too small. And that's for me, that's the first stumbling block. So definitely take your vital measurements, bust, waist, and hip. Do it before you go out, otherwise it's a bit difficult when you're in the shop or whatever. But do it before you go out, and then make sure you get the right pattern, and you should be fine. Yeah,
don't take the tape measure with you. Actually, I wouldn't want to be measured in a shop either, to be honest with you. And I'll tell you why, but I'll only tell you, I'm very ticklish.
Oh, you said something now.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Right, anyway, that's
fine. The last thing we need to do now is the waistband. Okay, so you've got two strips. You've got one for the front, one for the back.
Yeah.
And so I'm just going to sew those together to create our casing. So it's our casing for our elastic that we're doing now.
Oh, can I just tell you, since we mentioned that our denim look fabric, our darker blue, navy blue, we're calling it, with that linen texture. It's in the lead.
It's in the lead?
So I'm not surprised either. I am not surprised.
Oh, it's lovely. It's almost got little flecks of almost like a darker navy through it. It's multitonal, isn't it, that one?
Like the very expensive denims that you go out and buy. And again, it's not going to have the weight. If you're going away on holiday, in the summer, or even if you're going away in the winter to get some sunshine, actually having that smart look, because it goes with everything in your wardrobe, doesn't it? But you haven't got that weight. You haven't got that weight to it. So making these trousers with that fabric is just perfect.
Okay, so we've got
Sorry,
No, it's a good point. I can't get over the depth of that fabric, the multi-tones in that fabric. Because when you first look at it, you just go blue. And then you go, oh, actually...
Oh, no. It's much more. Much more.
There's much more going on with that. So I'm just pressing my seams out just to make it a little bit easier. So I'm just doing that with my fingers just to save time. But obviously at home, you would be press with the iron. Nice hot iron, always on. Okay. So now we're bringing our trousers back in. I know these are the front of the trousers, because at the moment you can't really tell which is which, can you really, with how they look at the moment. But I know these are the front because I've got two little notches at the front. Okay, so again, make sure before you remove any of that tissue paper from your fabric, make sure you've got all your notches in place, whether that's with a pen or with your tailor's tacks, okay?
That could be a bit, couldn't it?
Otherwise you're just going to get in a kerfuddle.
Wrong way round, you might not be able to sit down.
Yeah. Well, you just end up...
Potentially,
you'll be exposing, won't you? You end up exposing. Okay, so it's very much similar that I've got two notches.
Your pockets go the wrong way as well. You'd have to go like that, wouldn't you?
That would be cute, though. I'd like that. Yeah. So just as this has got notches on the front, my waistband has also got notches on the front. So I know that this is the front and not the back. Okay. So it's right sides together. So I'm just going to place that in like that. Okay, and I'm going to match up my side seams. So we've got side seams on both of these. So there's one side seam. Oh, stretching with my pin cushion. And there's the other side seam. With the right seam allowance this time.
Well, you've got quite a lot of layers there, haven't you?
There's a lot of layers, so I'm just going to go into some detail with that. So first thing I've done is pop the pin into where my seam allowances are. Okay, so that's the first thing. So remember, this is the front. So obviously we want our pockets. This is my pocket section here. There's my trouser. We want that to be on the front, not the back. Otherwise, you're going to be putting your pockets. You're going to be doing that with your pocket. You don't want that. You want your pockets to face forward.
Like holsters, otherwise.
So the reason why they've got this tab on there is so you're going to sew that into your waistband. So make sure that is lying flat. So there's two layers. So there's the pocket. There's the front of the trouser. There is my waistband. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 layers there going in. Okay, so make sure you pin that down. And again, opening out my seam. So just opening out the seam just makes it less bulky. That's the only reason. Okay. Oh. Do that again. We're concentrating now. We've gone all quiet, haven't we?
It's the joy of concentration.
Consecrating. Consecrating now. Okay, so all we need to do now is just basically sew around the whole of that waistband.
Okay.
To make that easier, I like to call it the gubbins box. Take the gubbins box off.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, that's so you can get right
so
the way, because you're going round, aren't you?
Absolutely. So you're not going to sew your trouser leg to your waistband.
Shall I show everyone the pattern while you're whizzing round there? This is very, very popular, by the way. Very, very popular indeed. It's a gorgeous style, actually. Very, very nice. I think sometimes when you look at a pattern, difficult to tell. I think when we give you the fabric options as well, though, it's easier to kind of reckon it in your mind, isn't it? If you see the fabrics around as well. The most popular fabric, by the way, is this colour. This is what a lot of you are going for to make these trousers up, actually. Remember, we do sell this. What we do is we put the details at the bottom. This is what we're calling the navy blue. But as Jen pointed out, and you might not be able to see wholeheartedly on camera, is the multi-tonal nature of that navy blue fabric. There are lighter sort of flecks within that as it's beautiful. I know to you it looks like a solid blue at home, but believe you me, if you get a really nice deep dark denim jean that you've spent a lot of money on, and it has that sort of you look down and you think, oh, actually there are different shades of blue in there. That's exactly what that fabric is. There's the details at the bottom. In terms of the pattern, to make the full length trouser in the largest size, takes around about 3.8 metres of fabric. So we're recommended buying 4 metres of fabric if you want to go full length. Of course, we're not going full length here, we're going more culotte length. How much less-ish fabric do you think on the culotte? Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, so if you're going with the culotte, it's 2.8. So
right.
Again, go 3 metres.
Okay.
So it's there. So I'm going to teach Derek something now.
Okay, good.
So on the back here, you've got, this is your section on your fabric. So it's A, B, C, and D. Mm-hmm. Come in. There we go. A, B, C, and D. Mm-hmm. It's also giving you 2 different widths. So you've got 115 and 150. That's related to your salvage to salvage. Okay. So your raw edge to your raw edge. Some materials come thinner, some materials come wider. Mm-hmm. And then depending on your size, so your sizes are at the top here, it's telling you what you would need, depending on your salvage to salvage, what you would need. So that in the answer to the culotte question, that's option A, which is this one down here. Mm-hmm. So I'm going all the way down to the bottom. So there's option A. Mm-hmm. And there it says 2.8. So I know exactly how much fabric I need to do that.
I see. Very good. So 3 metres for culottes in the largest size, 4 metres full length.
Yes.
Hooray, yes. Hooray, hooray. Right, okay. So patterns between 16 and 26. Details are over there. And we'll bring up the smaller sizes again in just a moment. You know, sorry, it was there just a second ago. There it is, 4 to 14. Down at the bottom. It's our wonderful graphics system. It's the fastest in the world. It's almost as quick as I am this morning. Look, it's
You're
10 to 12.
Good.
10
You're
to
doing
12.
Good.
Can't believe this show's
Have
gone
you had
so quickly.
fun?
I loved it.
It's been lovely having you here, Derek.
I genuinely learned such a lot. I mean, you know that we were together a lot in the run-up to Sewing Quarter because I was involved in the launch and the test shows and everything else. But it's lovely to be this side of the desk, actually.
It's lovely to have you.
Very nice. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Okay, so I've attached my waistband on, so that's done. And you can see it's quite a wide one, but fear not, it's going to be folded over. Okay, so that's what it looks like without being folded. And you can see I've already gone ahead and done the crease line on that, so I know exactly where the halfway point is. So that's how wide the waistband is going to be. Now, the only thing you need to do now, if I just flip that under, is fold over the seam allowance. You need to either hand stitch or machine stitch that down, okay? Because then we're going to start working into that to create the casing. So if I just bring that over, because we are running out of time, I know that.
We are. Just very, very quickly, Erica, thank you. She said that the McCall linen look looks even better when it's washed, especially the darker colours.
Thanks
so
for that
that's
tip.
good to know, because this is the most popular one, which is the dark. We're calling it this navy blue. For me, it's beyond a navy blue, actually. It really is. And you can see the sheen of it just, you know, across there. It looks amazing, and it feels great as well. And I can imagine, even wash after wash after wash, that maintaining that sort of multi-tonal look.
It's a little big.
Sorry, we were talking casing, weren't we?
Apologies. I was
loving this fabric.
Absorbed in what you were saying about that fabric. So you can see that there's the depth of the waistband. So it's exactly the same as our other one, but you can see I've had to sew in 2 channels to give us our elastics. This is our casing. Yeah. Okay, so you can see that there.
So you've got one just through the middle
one through the middle there,
and this one here,
and that one there. So it's basically an elastic. You just creating a casing. You're dividing it into 2 by doing a top stitch. And then you insert the elastic as you would do normally, just to do your waistband. But I like that it's got a double waistband on that.
Yeah, it's cute, isn't it?
It just adds that extra detail, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It might be a bit more comfortable as a result of that, actually, because a wider waistband, and actually, I guess you could make that waistband, if you wanted to, you could actually make it even wider as well, because I know in fashion looks, actually, wider waistband just helps it just sit over the top.
Nicely.
Yeah,
and it doesn't tend to tuck. It doesn't tend to dig in as much. So it's the elastic, if I just bring that in, actually.
And you don't end up with that, you know when you take something off that's been a bit...
Yeah, and it leaves the marks, definitely.
Leaves that lovely,
so it's a nice wide elastic.
Look.
I can't remember how wide it is, actually. I'd say it's a 1.5 centimetres wide. And there's 2 of those. So there's the one channel there, and then another channel there. So you need to get 2 of these packs if you want to make the trousers, depending on the size. But these trousers are large, and I needed 2 packs, and you've got a little bit left over.
And details have handily popped up at the bottom of the screen there for you. For a pack, it's 1 metre by 20 millimetre at £1.45. So you can stock up on that left, right, and centre. And of course, order as much as you like in a single day from us, and it's £2.95 P&P.
All day.
That's it. That's where you could order 20... I mean, I know you probably wouldn't, but you could actually order 25 sewing machines in one day, plus your elastic, plus your kits and your fabric and everything else. And the poor beggar that has to deliver it... He did it for £2.95, though, postage from us. That's amazing, isn't it, really? Very, very good indeed.
So yeah, that's all I've got. So a tip would be with the elastic is to use the safety pin to feed it through. That's the one thing that you can do.
Or could you use a bodkin?
You could use a bodkin.
Oh, hello. Hello. Good memory. Right, now listen, we're going to show you the finished make again, because it is delicious. And we're going to show you some little storage, well, I say little storage solutions. They're big storage solutions completely. Thank you, darling, because that was brilliant. Again, you've helped a lot of people over the bridge from making a simpler project to a pair of trousers. Ta-da. Good Lord, that's brilliant.
But there wasn't much difference between the what's it called, table mat that we made this morning. Yeah. The notches are all the same thing. It's exactly the same process, but you look at that and you think, oh, that's not daunting, but then you think, oh, trousers, it's the same process. Yeah, absolutely the same process.
Completely and utterly. And for your makes, if maybe you're selling your makes. Maybe you are commissioned or whatever. Maybe you need a place to store your finished pieces. Well, ta-da, we have the storage for you. Maybe you need storage for your fat quarters.
Fabrics.
Or your fantastic, custom cut lengths of fabric. You need lots and lots of places to store it. So we have got lots and lots of different options. In fact, far too many to show you in the short amount of time that we've got left, actually. But this is this is great, isn't it? It's the Pro Latch Album and Craft Tub in purple at $15.95. We've also got this available in pink, and we've got a clear version of it as well, I do believe, as well. Always going to be useful.
Well, this is great for storing fabrics. One, obviously, because it's airtight, so there's not any... because the way it's folded down, you're not going to get any water in there. But because of the colour, now this sounds really daft, if you've got a very light sewing room, by putting it into something like this with the colour, it doesn't dye the fabrics. Like curtains, when you haven't opened your curtains, and as soon as you open, you get these like...
stripes.
Yeah, those stripes where it's bleached, the light is bleached then. Having coloured plastic like this stops that bleaching, so it's worth getting it to protect your fabrics.
That's very true, and I'll quickly show you a smaller one as well, because we are rapidly running out of time. So this is great because you've got the lengthwise dividers are in there already, But the crosswise dividers, you decide where they go and how many you do or don't use. So you've got the long sections there, but you've got the dividers that you can or not use as you want to, and I think that's got 1,001 uses. I tell you what, give me a container and I'll fill it. They are brilliant, and for 101 different reasons. And last one, oh, blimey, we're cramming it all in before we go. We've got this medium-sized one here again, along the same kind of lines. Just one big, there you go, just one big tub there for you as well, which is very, very good. And again, with that lighter colour, it's very, very Caesar. Anyway, all the details are on the website. I'm not even going to try and explain beyond that because there's far too much to get into far too little space of time. When are you back?
Next week.
Oh, fabulous. I will be back with you on Thursday. Thank you, darling. Love you lots. And thanks for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Take care. Have a great day.
Bye.
Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us. Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.